Welcome to the whoop-de-wop.
Drifting off and getting
We're
away from
going to
that.
keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your words to remind everybody.
Oh
we
my
don't owe
God.
white people. We do not owe white people shit.
It's a place.
I run the risk,
Whoop-de-wop.
and it's not my channel, so I will just drop this fucking link.
Just curious, you know who's your
hand me the whoop-de-wop.
Well, I know it's an Indiana thing.
You got some
but
money?
do you know what
We're
who's
going
your
to
heel?
the whoop-de-wop.
I actually don't.
Okay,
Yo,
that's
we
something to do with
those.
things.
Throw some cool
And
whoop-de-wops.
from a future, you're going to get certain things that are going to happen.
Well, I
walk
do
down
know
the
at one
coast,
point
though, go
Indiana
grab that
was
shit
like
right
the
quick.
center of the
She
Klan.
was like, cool. And she already know to get my dough. So,
At a revolution yet, because Black Americans are at home resting. And people want to know, when are Black Americans going to give up their rest and come out in the streets and protest in resistance of this current administration? In the past week, we have seen ICE agents murdering regular citizens in the streets. New Year's Eve, an ICE agent killed Keith Porter, but we didn't even hear about that until Renee Nicole Good was murdered in Minneapolis. Since JD Vance has come in and said that ICE agents have immunity to murder citizens, people in Portland have also been shot by ICE agents. And yet we sit. When are Black Americans going to lead the kinds of civil rights era movements that actually produced real change? Not just visibility. People want to know, when are Black Americans going to be the kind of disruptive force that the world needs and wants right now? The simple answer, the honest answer is, we aren't. And yes, it is because we told you so. In life, when you see someone go against advice and they get exactly what it is they asked for, you let them have it. Because now we are all forced into a fuck around and find out scenario that nobody wanted to be a part of. So let's get into my notes on quiet resistance and how Black Americans can resist this administration without going out into the streets. Because once they're finished rounding up the people they want to round up, jailing the people that they want to jail, and disappearing the people that they want to disappear, they'll be coming for us. And history has showed us clearly that we cannot depend on anybody else to protect us. So guys, if you haven't already, go ahead, subscribe to my channel, and let's get into my notes.
We have some news right now. Donald Trump told the New York Times in an interview that civil rights led to white people being, quote, very badly treated, railing against civil rights.
No dominant group has ever given up power because it was asked nicely. And no oppressed group has ever survived on moral appeals alone. Protest is a powerful tool. It draws attention, it coalesces emotion, and it shows the world what's going on. And it lets the world know that the people in this place are against what's happening. But power does not change because morality is trying to demand it to. Power only changes when it's unprofitable, it's unmanageable, it's unstable, and you create a situation that it has no choice but to negotiate with. But of course, the people in the streets are powerful, and we need them there. We need them there. We don't have to be there. We honor the people who are in the streets protesting right now. We also need to recognize that protests, even massive protests, is not a strategy. It's not a strategy unless it is connected to a sustained pressure. What is happening right now, we've seen before in the past. Massive protests after someone is wrongfully killed by the government, federal agencies. However, it is not sustainable, and it's a reaction without a plan. We are displaying symptoms of our outrage, but not mechanisms to start breaking down the power structure. Economic resistance is one of the most effective and important ways in a capitalist society to affect power. Systems change when they are forced to, when they become unprofitable. Communities underutilize their economic power in efforts of resistance. This past Christmas holiday, There were calls to boycott immediately after Black Friday and Cyber Monday. People went shopping anyway, and companies hit record profits during these holidays. And it's not necessarily because there were more people buying, but people did buy and they bought at higher prices. Inflation is probably the main reason that these companies had bigger profits. There needs to be sustained effort of consumer withdrawal. So without the community actually banding together to do these things, everything is useless. And of course, we need the entire community. The protesters need to also be participating in sustained and coordinated boycotts, targeted consumer withdrawal, supporting small businesses. That is where your money should be going, back into the communities that serve you and not to billionaires. And the truth is, they've made that hard. So many small businesses have been put out by large corporations. It's hard for consumers to even shop small, which is why you have to do cooperative economics within your communities. You need to start creating alternative ways to trade and have money within communities that cut out large corporations. And if you can't, there needs to be strategic labor actions, slowdowns of work and supply chains, coordinated refusals to participate in any sort of exploitative labor systems. And there's historical proof that these things have made differences. Everybody likes to talk about Rosa Parks, but the Montgomery boycott nearly bankrupted a whole busing system. And that is what brought them to the table to negotiate about civil rights. There was the anti-apartheid divestment movement in South Africa. There are so many examples of how we can use our economic power to resist. What it first takes is community. Our Western system has made it so that we do not trust our neighbors. We do not feel safe around the people we live with. We put more trust into these billionaire corporations than we do the people who live next to us. The thing that is hard in these type of moments is that they have trained us for generations to be this way, to break the cycle, the mental and emotional and psychological cycles that we need to build community. That is something that needs to happen that doesn't seem like it can happen fast enough. And that is one of the big differences when we look at movements like this, is that those people had trust in each other. During the civil rights era, there was a Black community because of segregation and because of what people had collectively been through that bound them together. Trauma bound them together. And since then, since we got our rights, the structures over the past 50 to 60 years have done everything. And this isn't just about the Black community, but this is about community in general. They have done everything to keep us from having community, to keep us from trusting each other. They broke down the systems inside those communities for their profit. And now it is not only a task to rebuild them physically, but to rebuild the trust we need to have community emotionally and mentally. If communities can come together and learn how to withhold economic cooperation that supports the profitability of corporations, we can begin to shift leverage. There is also legal resistance. After Trump kidnapped Venezuela's president in order to steal their oil, China went to court. China is filing lawsuits because China is promised that oil. Well, that is not exciting, and no bombs are being dropped on people, and there's no covert agents sneaking into people's houses in the middle of the night to kidnap them. It is a pressure point, and it's something that can and has caused power to change. Legal resistance is not just about filing one lawsuit. It is about overloading and outmaneuvering the legal apparatus until the system can no longer ignore claims. Black Americans should be suing. They should be doing massive civil rights lawsuits and litigation. There should be strategic class action suits. We could be suing for everything about voting rights to DEI changes, administrative challenges. Everything that they are doing that is illegal, we should be suing. You can actually weaponize the law. And if we again had community and we had lawyers in that community, because right now, some of the challenges, of course, is financial. And it's not that we don't have billionaires within the Black community. It's just that those billionaires are aligned with power. And the power that is in charge right now is going completely unchallenged. We should be suing every aspect of the government. Right now, there is taxation without representation. Congress and the Senate are not working. Sue them. Stop paying taxes. If we coordinated as an entire freaking country to withdraw our taxes, they're withdrawing willy-nilly government benefits to people because state government wants to have its rights. Why are you paying taxes? There's no representation right now. And that leads into institutional resistance. Groups survive best when they create institutions themselves and they do not have to depend on the goodwill of the state. This would be seen during the Black Panthers breakfast program that fed children without state efforts. That was community that fed those children. And we can do those things again. It just takes an effort and trust of the people around you. And this is the thing that scares me the most, because can we get there quick enough? Right now, every system that the government provided, school systems, medical systems, they're all being broken down and taken from people. And institutional resistance consists of building independent schools, community media, and ecosystems that people could create amongst themselves, community-based credit unions, health and mutual aid within communities and networks, housing cooperatives, and land trusts, and building a community legal defense group. Autonomous communities are less vulnerable to state violence and discrimination. A lot of times I wonder why the Democrats or the liberals or the progressives or the anarchists just don't do what they've been doing and copy the playbook. You get somebody, you convince them to invest in your cause, and you sell it to the rest of the world, because that is what they do. They control the narrative and they control culture. And that is very important. And it's one of the things that we don't do enough on the other side of whatever sides these are, to try and say, this is the story you should believe. Because we always want people to decide for themselves, but we see that they can't. Most of the people that, if we're honest, they just don't have the ability to grasp certain concepts. And we put too much faith in trying to convince people to do the things that they should do, the things that are right. And that's culture, right? Trying to shape culture is one of the most important aspects of what they do on the other side. They have shaped a culture for generations this way. And honestly, it doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat in the United States, because they have been working together to shape this culture. And that has put the infrastructure together to build these systems of power that only a few benefit and the rest of us give into. But if we started to control the story and started to find the narrative space to shape culture, that is important. We don't give the people who deserve to shape culture enough space and time and energy. Instead, we look at things that distract us, that are all honestly potentially a part of keeping us placated and in our place. We don't want to be challenged by thought leaders anymore who shape our ideas to be more radical, to think outside of what everyone is telling us to think. We're so scared of that. And I think that if we are not actively trying to shape culture, things like community continue to be lost. And we just wait until the next distraction. Squirrel. So we need to build cultural resistance, independent journalism and content creation that actually is meant to speak to your soul. Nobody is platforming the internal thinkers, the way that they platform external reactionaries. Movements like feminism, LGBTQ rights, liberation movements, anti-colonial movements and struggles succeeded not when they felt right, but when they were able to shift language and narrative frameworks. And that's really important, I think, for Black Americans, is to start shifting our own narratives beyond just what people have said that they are about our communities being deficient, but to something that is more strategic and that is working on building power. There's political resistance. Knowing that elections are manipulated, knowing that who you vote for might turn out to be something that you didn't want to begin with. We never know how our vote is going to end up, but political resistance is still important. We understand that voting is necessary and how you vote, and that no candidate is going to be perfect, which is why Black Americans try to warn other Americans about voting for this current administration. But political resistance needs to be another thing that we look to the other side for, because they built political resistance from within. Republicans weren't always MAGA. They built that resistance inside. And it doesn't seem that anyone is doing the same within the Democratic Party. What MAGA did throughout the past few years, from the birthers to MAGA right now, they built over time resistance within the Republican Party so that they could get their agendas pushed through, because they know how Republicans work, right? That's how we have so many Republicans who do not have any freaking clue as to how to run a government. But there they are. They are there to put through a strategy. And that's it. They probably don't even understand the strategy. But we don't do that on the other side. There could be a quiet takeover within the DNC, but nobody seems to be doing that yet.
Let me pause this right quick to welcome everybody to the show. Welcome to Stanley versus the World, folks. Please make sure that you hit the like button on the way in. And if you're new to the channel, please make sure you subscribe. This particular lady, though I think she is gorgeous. However, she has one problem with telling Black people what they ought to be doing. She is an expatriate. She is telling us what we need to do from somewhere in Italy. Her channel is called Notes from the Margins, and she talks a lot about, the expatriate life in places like France and Italy where she lives now. So, that's what I meant when I tell Nida she has a credibility issue. In my opinion, if you feel this strongly and you want to be, a leader, a thought leader, that sort of thing, well, don't come on back to the United States and, leave your cannoli behind. So usually she doesn't talk politics, at least not. I haven't known about her channel for that long, but I've watched a few of her videos. This is the first time I've ever heard her get political. She's usually more culture and travel, but let's hear her out. She is entitled to her opinion.
We are still holding on to the same way of political resistance, but guess what? They're on to that. And that is why they are changing how people can vote and who can vote and when you can vote. They are trying to take away the rights to vote by mail, which would actually remove my right to vote. They have been doing this for so long. They started by capturing local offices. We always seem to think we need to go big to make influences, but we don't. And that is not how anybody on the other side has really done this and made these changes. You wonder why it's so solid that these people have gotten so far so quickly, because it's been years of them building a quiet resistance from inside of the structures that exist. We are too busy trying to rebuild things that we can't break apart unless we're inside of them. And I think as far as political resistance right now, we've gone beyond just trying to vote people out. We need to find a way inside to restructure things the way we want to see them. And that's not just Black folks. It's any of us who do not want to continue down this path that we have been set on. If we want to change the world, then we have to change it from inside. And until we see political resistance like that strategic, coordinated resistance, because why can't we do the same thing that they've been doing? Why haven't we been doing the same thing? Because I feel like the left, liberals, whatever, we let the leaders lead, or we think we're letting them lead instead of doing it ourselves. It's not the government, it's not the people we put in office who did that. It was private interests. And the private interests should have been our own. And that's why we have more to fight against than we ever had before. I think it's a dangerous illusion to think that if we keep showing them how wrong this is, that they'll stop. They don't care. I like to say that the people that we're watching, and not just the people in the government, but the people who support this government, the people who are saying these people who are resisting or protesting deserve to die, are the descendants of the people who stood and watched our ancestors hang from trees or be lynched, or stood in a crowd while little girls were trying to go to school screaming at them. There is no moral compass in those people. There's no moral appeal. You're wasting your time there. They will not stop because morality is trying to demand that of them. We know that the state relies on compliance and consent, or compliance and consent through complicity. And eventually, people will get scared of dying. People will not want to go out into the streets because that is not what power wants them to do. They will continue to tell white people that we'll kill you too. But if we all build community, and we all, including Black Americans, withdraw cooperation strategically, economically, legally, and politically, then we will start to force real change. But we are not powerless. We are not waiting for permission. We are in the need of structural change that goes far deeper than just a conversation or people willing to negotiate. The system has to change. We need to find the persistence and the strategy to go along with the protests in the streets, because we cannot rely on hope alone. We need to rebuild the systems of power ourselves. And then that is where we will find true liberation. Guys, if you haven't already, subscribe to my channel. And again, if there are other ideas, please leave them in the comments. I look forward to having this discussion with you. So ciao for now. America hasn't had a revolution.
Well, I guess, she does have a channel and she does have thoughts. I think that I just think it would be a little bit more effective if she were doing it onshore or in country. But in any way, I don't know what to say other than it was kind of scattered and naive. But I think it was worth hearing, if for no other reason than, I like her channel. And I hear what you're saying, unapologetic, but as far as I'm concerned, there's a Jimmy Buffett song, a lyric that goes, wherever you go, you take the weather with you. An American is an American. She can be a patriot, in Italy just as easily. Well, she can be a patriot, regardless of being an expatriate. She lives over there. That doesn't mean she comes back. Some people have second homes, vacation homes. I think that you should probably take that in mind sometimes. But like I said, you do you. You are special. You are very special, unapologetic manhood. And I'm sure you've been told that before. So, price growth held firm in December, capping a year of persistent inflation. And I kind of wonder about this. I thought as long as inflation was under 3%, it was considered pretty much, in control. It has been rising, but very slowly. Says here, inflation rose by 2.7% in the past year, a small improvement over 2025, but one that Trump touted today. Well, let him tout that the economy seems to be kind of stuck in neutral. It's not outstanding, but it's not bad. So, before we jump the gun, and of course, Trump is going to jump the gun. Why wouldn't he? It says here, inflation remained elevated in December, closing out a year of stubbornly hard prices that have become a political liability for President Donald Trump. New government figures this morning show that prices rose by 0.3% between November and December, in line with September's reading of 0.3%. Overall, prices were 2.7% higher than they were a year ago, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So, nothing to write home about, but it's not an emergency. Core inflation, which excludes food and energy, is seen as a steadier gauge, stayed constant at about 2.6%. But I think I prefer this story from Ground News better because, we all buy food from the grocery store. Annual inflation hit 2.7% in December as food costs rise. Says here that price gains were led by shelter, rising 0.4%, food rising 0.7%, energy climbing 0.3%, and core CPI, excluding food and energy, at 0.2%. So, regardless of what Trump is saying, food prices are not coming down. He can talk about eggs all he wants, but we know why egg prices were high. They had to cull a bunch of chickens. So I think that probably a lot of people, I think it's all going to come down to what happens when the Supreme Court rules on tariffs. I think that's when the economy decides whether, it's going to, how to react. So, like I said, not bad news, but it's not the booming economy that Trump and his little MAGA blacks would have you believe. And yes, I'm calling Black Trump voters MAGA blacks now. So I just thought of it the other day and it stuck. So I have heard, hear tell, 2,000 people killed in Iran, and Trump encourages Iranian protesters. The U.S.-based human rights activists news agency estimated Tuesday that more than 2,000 protesters have been killed since demonstrations began on December 28th. So I'm going to go ahead and play this story since it's short. We'll just have to suffer through the AI.
You're listening to Trump encourages Iranian protesters. Rights group says 2,000 killed. A news story written by Abby Cheeseman and Neha Masi and read by Anthony, an AI-generated voice.
All right.
President Donald Trump said Tuesday that help is on its way to anti-regime protesters in Iran and warned that the country's government, whose security forces rights groups estimate have killed as many as 2,000 people during a brutal crackdown on the demonstrations, will pay a big price. Iranian patriots, keep protesting. Take over your institutions. Save the names of the killers and abusers. They will pay a big price, Trump posted on Truth Social. I have canceled all meetings with Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stops. Help is on its way. The White House said this week that his administration was weighing diplomatic options while considering potential responses, including military strikes. The warning came as human rights groups monitoring the protests warned of an escalating human toll amid a nationwide communications blackout. The U.S.-based human rights activists news agency estimated Tuesday that more than 2,000 protesters have been killed since demonstrations began on December 28th. The Post could not independently verify the toll. Trump on Monday also imposed an immediate 25% tariff on goods from nations doing business with Iran, which will mean higher prices for American importers of products from major countries such as China, India, and Turkey. Earlier Monday, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said Tehran was keeping lines of communication with the U.S. open and is ready for either war or dialogue. We are not warmongers, but we are prepared for war. We are also prepared for negotiations, but fair negotiations, with equal rights and mutual respect, he said to a gathering of ambassadors in Iran. As Trump's rhetoric toward Iran grows increasingly hawkish, Europe has also started taking further diplomatic steps against the Iranian government. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said Tuesday that further sanctions against Tehran's government would be swiftly proposed in response to an excessive use of force against anti-regime protesters in the country. The rising number of casualties in Iran is horrifying. I unequivocally...
I'll stop it there. It's going to be interesting to see what Trump does. I know it sounds weird to say, but I think he should do nothing. I think that, going in and doing military strikes, I don't know that he should do that. There's got to be better ways to deal with it. First thing he should do is turn on Starlink. That should be a good first step. And supposedly he and Elon Musk are supposed to be talking about just that. So, in further Minneapolis news, the Trump administration to end temporary protected status for Somalis. I think we all saw that coming. Somali immigrants in the U.S. with TPS must leave the country by St. Patrick's Day, March 17th, the administration said. So I'm surprised they're just getting around to doing it now. But this is just like a clear example of just like xenophobia. I don't know what it is, but a few people do something, illegal or corrupt, so a whole community has to suffer for it. Just doesn't seem right to me. And I will take one piece of advice, piece of advice from G, the lady who was opened up the show. She basically says that, hey, Black people, if it can happen to them, it can happen to you. That part I actually kind of agree with. Trump and MAGA in general, they seem to be the ultimate racists in that they will judge a whole group by what a few in the group do. And I don't know, these MAGA blacks that I run into almost every day in this particular YouTube space. I've already said I told you so for last year. Looks like I'm going to be doing another I told you so New Year's next year. The devil, I don't know. I just think that all these people that are ride or die with MAGA are just foolish. They're talk about Trump derangement syndrome. He's got y'all blinded. So Trump administration ending temporary protected status for Somali immigrants. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt confirmed in a post Tuesday on X. U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services confirmed that Somali nationals with TPS are now required to leave the United States by March 17. The United States provides temporary protected status to immigrants from certain countries that are impacted by safety conditions, such as natural and human-made disasters. The Trump administration has moved to crack down on immigration from certain countries in Africa, Latin America, and the Middle East. President Donald Trump has, in particular, targeted Somalis in recent weeks, accusing them of destroying the country and saying that Somalians should be out of here. The Trump administration has also targeted Somalis in Minnesota in particular after renewed focus on a fraud scandal in which many accused of wrongdoing were citizens of Somali descent. They were U.S. citizens. So let's end TPS. Fox News was the first to report the development. Of course they were. In a statement, Homeland Security Kristi Noem says temporary means temporary. So I don't know. So the Somali Americans who committed the fraud were citizens. So let's get all the Somalis out. That makes sense. So we're going to stay with Minnesota and Minneapolis. 3 of the Justice Department's prosecutors quit after push to investigate ICE shooting victim's widow. So this is the kind of president we have. Like they kill the wife, her partner. So now they want to investigate the widow? The fuck is what kind of trash human beings have these MAGA blacks elected? Let's go and investigate the grieving widow, shall we? Man, and so Trump's own Justice Department prosecutors are going, you've just gone too far. So Joseph H. Thompson, a career federal prosecutor who was made acting U.S. attorney for Minnesota last year, quit after the Justice Department sought to examine the woman's supposed ties to activist groups. Yeah, let's go ahead and kick that woman after we shot her wife 3 times in the head, shall we? So this is a 2-minute article. We'll have to suffer. We'll have to suffer through this too.
3 prosecutors quit after push to investigate ICE shooting victim's widow. This article is by Ernesto Londoño and read by an automated voice. 3 Minnesota federal prosecutors resigned over the Justice Department's push to investigate the widow of a woman killed by an ICE agent and its reluctance to investigate the shooter, according to people with knowledge of their decision. Joseph H. Thompson, who was second in command at the U.S. Attorney's Office and oversaw a sprawling fraud investigation that has roiled Minnesota's political landscape, was among those who quit Tuesday, according to 3 people with knowledge of the decision. Mr. Thompson's resignation came after senior Justice Department officials pressed for a criminal investigation into the actions of the widow of Renee Nicole Good, the Minneapolis woman killed by an ICE agent last Wednesday.
Oh my God.
Mr. Thompson, 47, a career prosecutor, objected to that approach, as well as to the Justice Department's refusal to include state officials in investigating whether the shooting itself was lawful, the people familiar with his decision said. 2 other senior career prosecutors, Harry Jacobs and Melinda Williams, also resigned on Tuesday. Mr. Jacobs had been Mr. Thompson's deputy overseeing the fraud investigation, which began in 2022. Mr. Thompson, Mr. Jacobs, and Ms. Williams declined to discuss the reasons they resigned. The fraud cases, which involve schemes to defraud safety net programs managed by state agencies, were the chief reason the Trump administration.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and stop it there because they're going to get into the other atrocity that the Justice Department is committing in Minneapolis. So they want to do a criminal investigation into the widow of the woman they killed. What? Dude, in this unapologetic, talk about unapologetic manhood. So you're actually going to take up for this? Oh, absolutely. Trump deranged news company. Fuck that. Okay, they're not making up. See, let me go ahead and do a quick diversion here. Now, unapologetic manhood. The man resigned. They're reporting about an actual acting U.S. attorney resigning. Now, what the fuck does that have to do with Trump derangement syndrome? Can you help me, please? The man resigned. That's the story. I don't think they're lying about it. So all those talking points that you like to stuff in my chat, all I'm going to do is mock you. Why don't you deal with what a trash president and what a trash Justice Department is doing to the widow of a woman that ICE killed a few days ago? Now they want to do a criminal investigation. You got a trashy president, you got a trashy Justice Department, and you're whining about the New York Times? Dude, no wonder you never come up to my chat. It's better for me to mock you while you're in the chat than it would be for me to mock you up on this panel. Again, you only know talking points. What you need to do is address your trash president and his little minions that are just going, hey, President Trump, this is just too awful for me to support. I quit. You need to go and address that reality there, unapologetic. So this is Kevin Cruz, who's a historian of renown. And I didn't even know he has like a Substack or something like that. Maybe it's WordPress or something. But anyway, he's talking about these resignations. He's got a newsletter called Campaign Trails. And let's see. He says currently there's a rebellion brewing in the Department of Justice over its leader's mishandling of a brazen murder committed by an ICE agent in Minneapolis. In response to Assistant District Attorney General Harmeet Dillon's insane directives that the division would not investigate the ICE agent who committed the murder, but would investigate the victim and her wife to see if they belong to any protest groups. Several senior prosecutors in the division, a growing number that stands at 6 at the moment, I'm writing, have submitted resignations. So fucking 6 senior prosecutors have submitted resignations today because their awful Justice Department officials want them to do something that just stinks to high heaven. So Dr. Cruz goes, this isn't the first time that we've seen lawyers at the Civil Rights Division resign their positions in protest rather than comply with partisan political directives that contradict the mission of the agency. In the brief epilogue to my manuscript on John Doe and the Civil Rights Division in the 1960s, I describe in short order similar revolts that took place under Nixon, Reagan, and George W. Bush. I'm not going to get deep into it, but like I said, he's a historian and he wrote a book about the Civil Rights Division. So he's going to go through some of the stories, throughout the years of Nixon, and then he's talking about under Reagan and that sort of thing. But now you got the historians talking about how awful the situation is up in Minnesota. Even the damn historians are writing about it. So we're going to stick with the story because Minnesota's fighting back. Minnesota sues DHS, Department of Homeland Security, and ICE over immigration enforcement. The state, along with the cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, allege the Trump administration's decision to surge ICE agents into the area violates federal and state laws. So we want to listen to this story. AI reader be damned.
You're listening to Minnesota Sues DHS, ICE over immigration enforcement, a news story written by David Nakamura, Brianna Tucker, and Ben Brash, and read by Brian, an AI-generated voice. Minnesota officials sued federal immigration authorities on Monday, claiming the Trump administration's unprecedented surge of immigration agents is politically motivated and violates the U.S. Constitution. The Trump administration's immigration crackdown in cities across the country has been the subject of heightened scrutiny after an immigration and customs enforcement officer shot and killed Renee Good, a 37-year-old mother of 3, in her car in Minneapolis on Wednesday. The incident has raised tensions and sparked protests in the Twin Cities and across the country, even as Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said Sunday that hundreds more agents are heading to Minneapolis. In their suit, Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison and the cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul are asking a federal court to issue a temporary restraining order to stop or limit the Department of Homeland Security's Operation MetroSurge. The Minnesota officials allege that thousands of armed and masked DHS agents have stormed the Twin Cities to conduct militarized raids at sites including schools and hospitals. DHS said last week that its Minnesota effort would be the agency's largest immigration enforcement operation ever, with 2,000 federal agents and officers involved. This is, in essence, a federal invasion of the Twin Cities in Minnesota, and it must stop, Ellison told reporters Monday afternoon. DHS agents have sown chaos and terror across the metropolitan area and in cities across the state of Minnesota. Named defendants included Noem, Immigration and Customs Enforcement Acting Director Todd M. Lyons, and Customs and Border Protection Commander Gregory Bovino. Asked about the Minnesota lawsuit, DHS spokeswoman Tricia McLaughlin said in a statement that the agency's activities are authorized under Articles 1 and 2 of the Constitution and the Supremacy Clause. It really is astounding that the left can miraculously rediscover the 10th Amendment when they don't want federal law enforcement officers to enforce federal law, McLaughlin.
Now, see, she's tacitly admitting that the 10th Amendment is an issue. Yes, they discovered it because ICE is fucking shooting the town up. Yes, they're going to discover ways to protect their citizens from being shot. Oh, boy.
But Hwa Jong Kim, vice president of the St. Paul City Council, has been volunteering as an ICE observer and praised the lawsuit. When agents are asked to show warrants, they say they don't have to, Kim said. They are overtly racially profiling our neighbors. They went to one of my constituents' doors and asked them to point out neighbors who are not white. No warrant. None of this is constitutional. The litigation in Minneapolis.
Wait, hold it. They asked someone to point out all the neighbors that weren't white? Oh my God. Hey, MAGA blacks. What if you were living in that neighborhood and they pointed at your house because you ain't white? MAGA blacks, y'all gonna be getting a knock at your door pretty soon.
Could further complicate efforts of state officials to gain access to the federal government's investigation into Good's shooting and review evidence that is gathered in the case. The Trump administration has sought to sideline a state board that has traditionally led investigations into use of force cases, and the lawsuit could make federal officials even more resistant to turning over information given the additional legal liability issues that are now in play. Noem said Good had committed an act of domestic terrorism by attempting to run a law enforcement officer over. But a frame-by-frame analysis of video footage raises questions about that characterization, as the vehicle did move forward, but the agent was able to move out of the way and fire at least 2 or 3 shots as the SUV veered past. Separately, the state of Illinois filed suit against the Trump administration on Monday, seeking to place limits on DHS agents in the Chicago area. The lawsuit accuses agents of unlawful and dangerous tactics such as swapping and altering license plates, using tear gas and other chemical weapons on bystanders, and arresting people without warrants or probable cause. Minnesota and Illinois join other state and local governments that have filed immigration-related lawsuits against the Trump administration, including cases aimed at halting the federal government's attempts to withhold federal funding to sanctuary jurisdictions that limit local cooperation on immigration enforcement and the administration's efforts to end birth.
Well, all I can say is this business with Renee Good and the other people that were shot, there's some reinforcement for limited cooperation with ICE. Like they're shooting up the joint. And to Unapologetics comment, which I forgot to welcome you here, Unapologetic. I like having you in the chat. Um, Unapologetic says, so propaganda is good to you when you agree with it. Emphatically, yes, yes, yes. When the propaganda reinforces my warped sense of humor and just my disgust with the Trump administration, oh, absolutely. And Zhang talked about hearsay. Oh, yeah, give me more hearsay so I can make more jokes about how awful this Trump regime is. Yes, more propaganda, please. So let's continue with the Trump regime's reign of terror and vindictiveness. The extraordinary criminal inquiry into a Fed chair explained. So legal experts warn the Trump administration's probe of Jerome Powell threatens the rule of law. Of course it does. And economists warn it threatens the stability of the US economy. Yeah, that's what these awful authoritarian wannabes will do. Fuck the economy. I am the economy.
You're listening to the
Oh, and by the way, Jerome Powell is well liked. So Trump isn't picking on a Fauci, like figure where, he's kind of controversial. Jerome Powell is not that guy. Trump's going to wind up just like he did during COVID, where he tanked his own economy. He's working very hard to do that now. This motherfucker is literally self-destructive. The economy's not doing bad. So what do? You do a criminal investigation into the Fed chair. Yeah, this administration is chock full of geniuses.
Extraordinary Criminal Inquiry into a Fed Chair. Explained, an analysis written by Amber Phillips and read by Anthony, an AI-generated voice. President Donald Trump's Justice Department is considering prosecuting the head of the Federal Reserve, Jerome H. Powell, at the same time that Trump has pressured Powell to lower interest rates ahead of this year's midterm elections. Powell accused Trump of trying to pressure him to make economic decisions that politically benefit Trump. The potential prosecution of the leader of the nation's central bank is a possibly unprecedented move that economists and legal experts say could threaten the rule of law in a brazen way. And it was shaking the stock market Monday. A situation in which the president uses the threat of criminal prosecution to attempt to settle legitimate policy debates within the broader government really is an attack on the rule of law, said Michael Strain, an economist with the right-leaning American Enterprise Institute, on the institutions and norms that have
Now listen to this. If you know anything about AEI, the only think tank that I can think of that's to the right of AEI would literally be the Heritage Foundation. AEI is about as right as a think tank can be, and even they are criticizing Trump in his handling of basically he's making shit up.
Substantially contributed to long-term prosperity in the U.S. Here's what's happening, what the Federal Reserve is and does. It oversees interest rates and is hugely influential in shaping financial markets, prices, and even employment. It's set up to operate as an entity that is independent from the executive branch, because sometimes what's right for the economy isn't what political leaders want. As Jamie Cox, managing partner at Harris Financial Group, told the Washington Post last year, they're sometimes not very popular, but they need to be given independence from political whims, whether on the right or the left. What's happening with Powell? There are no charges yet, but the Justice Department has opened a criminal investigation into him, tied to the renovation of the Fed's headquarters, which is over budget. Trump seized on the renovation months ago to criticize Powell's leadership, even visiting the site with Powell in July. It's not immediately clear what could be prosecuted, legal experts say. The Fed was the one to announce the investigation Sunday, saying it received subpoenas related to Powell's Senate testimony about the project. It just seems like there is waste with the renovation, said Nima Rahmani, a former federal prosecutor. But that happens all the time. That doesn't make it criminal. Is this a pressure tactic to get the Fed to lower interest rates? Trump doesn't like Powell and has made clear he wants him to lower interest rates even more. In the short term, that could make it easier to borrow money for a car or buy a house, but if done at the wrong time, it could also make inflation worse. Trump has been open about pushing for prosecutions of his perceived political foes, including former FBI Director James B. Comey, current New York Attorney General Letitia James, Democrat, and Senator Adam Schiff, Democrat, California. Almost all of those prosecutions have struggled in court. This isn't even the first Fed board member whom Trump's Justice Department has targeted. In September, the department opened a criminal mortgage fraud investigation into Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook, whom Trump has been openly trying to fire. Cook has denied wrongdoing. While we don't know all the facts that may be available to the Department of Justice, this investigation seems awfully similar to those against James Comey and Letitia James, said former U.S. Attorney Barbara McQuaid, who now teaches at the University of Michigan Law School. While no one is above the law, neither should they be targeted for doing their jobs. In the long run, economists warn, more political control of the Fed would make inflation and recessions harder to deal with, and risks making the United States a less trustworthy place to do business. The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the preferences of the president, Powell himself alleged in a video and statement posted to the central bank's website Sunday. Watch the Senate and the Supreme Court to see what happens next. If Trump succeeds in pushing Powell out, the Republican-controlled Senate will approve his successor. One Republican senator said he would hold up nominees to the Fed until this legal matter is settled. If there were any remaining doubt whether advisors within the Trump administration are actively pushing to end the independence of the Federal Reserve, there should now be none, Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina said on social media. It is now the independence and credibility of the Department of Justice that are in question. Tillis is retiring, but other Republican lawmakers with more incentive to stay aligned with Trump are uneasy with this investigation, suggesting there could be more pushback. The Supreme Court is also a potential player here. The justices said Cook could keep her job on the Fed for now, temporarily ruling against Trump. They are set to hear her case in full this month, and if the justices side with Trump, they could open the door to much more political influence of the nation's monetary policy. The independence of the Fed and its ability to affect low and stable inflation and full employment is one of the most important things that our government does, Strain said.
Zhang, apparently you think that I don't know what I'm talking about. The AEI is socially conservative. Everybody from Ian Rowe to Charles Murray. I know what I'm talking about, and I know enough about the history of conservatism to understand that that Hayek and Friedman, neoconservatives, are conservatives. As a matter of fact, why am I even bothering with your balderdash? I know the history of conservatism better than you do, sir. That's like an insult. So, facing contempt threat, Clinton's refused to testify in the Epstein inquiry. And you know what? I'm not usually that big a fan of the Clintons, but I think they're absolutely right. Number one, he is a former president. You just don't subpoena a motherfucking former president. You better show a little bit more decorum because he's not going to jail. So you can contempt him all you want. And then the other thing, if I were Bill Clinton, I would get on X and I would respond. I will testify before Comer and his oversight committee when all the Epstein files are released. I hear there's like 1 million or so pages that haven't been released. That's exactly what I would say. When it's all out, When it's all public, that's when I'll testify. Comer's a goddamn hillbilly clown, and he needs to be defied. What has Comer done right in the past, 5 years? He's been chairman of the Oversight Committee. He wasn't able to get Hunter Biden. That was just a fucking debacle. Comer the clown needs to be defied. And congratulations to the Clintons for being above that clown show. So let's see, what else do we have? Speaking of clown shows, Jack Smith, looks like Jim Jordan, Comer's co-clown, is going to bring Jack Smith back. If you'll remember, he's the special prosecutor that tried to put Trump behind bars. Well, there's 8 hours of behind the doors testimony that Jack Smith gave, and it's been released. I've watched about half of the 8 hours, 4 hours of the 8 hours. Jack Smith is a class act, and they better be very afraid. You can just tell the dude's like real poised. He made fools of the Judiciary Committee. Jim Jordan just got played. Jim Jordan's a fucking clown. Why he's the head of the Judiciary Committee, I don't know. He's not a lawyer. Anyway, this is going to be January 22nd next week. I'm definitely going to broadcast that live. Jack Smith, he's just fun to listen to. He treated the whole committee, all those Republicans, and Jim Jordan especially, he treated them like they were fucking little kids. He was very dismissive, and I approve. And that's basically what Clinton's doing. Basically just being dismissive of Comer the clown and his sidekick, Jimmy Jordan. So let's see what else. Let's see why I even bother with smooth brains like Stanley. Well, you bother with me because you'll learn a lot from me, Zhang. Again, I know the history of conservatism well enough to know what a conservative is. So you don't have to bother with me. If my brain is too smooth, you keep slipping and sliding on your own rhetoric. I won't hold you hostage in my chat. So I am very sad to say that Scott Adams, Dilbert creator who poked fun at bad bosses, dies at 68. The other day, the amazing Lucas talked about Scott Adams, and I really ought to show that. Maybe I'll just go ahead and show it. The amazing Lucas talked about it, and basically his message was karma. All this stuff comes back to haunt people like Scott Adams. And I'm by no means a Scott Adams fan, but even I thought amazing Lucas, dude, what a trash human being to put out that particular video. I'm not that big a fan of the amazing Lucas to begin with, but what I saw there was a total lack of class. Scott Adams may have had all his faults, and he may have been an outright racist. I'm sure he was. However, nobody deserves the treatment that amazing Lucas gave. And you know what? I like Dilbert. The author could be, or the cartoonist, the author could be as racist as he wants to be. The cartoon was pretty funny, and I was a fan of it for years. So let me see, can I dig that up? I really didn't like what amazing Lucas did. Oh, wait, you know what? I know it's on a Discord somewhere. That's where I saw it. Let us see if I can find it. Let's see here. Here we go. Copy the link. Wait, I didn't want to copy that link. Well, let me see. All right. Is it going to give me the Discord link? Yeah, I thought so. Hold on a sec, folks. We're having old man difficulties. Copy link. That's what we want to do. So let's try this again.
Poetic?
Okay, and I just want to warn everybody now. I do not approve of this message. I understand the glee and how karma and all that works. I just didn't like the way, even Scott Adams deserved better. It's just a total lack of class if you're kicking a man when he's down, especially when he's dying, when he's terminal. It's time to put away, the satire and treat him like a human being at least.
Justice. Oh my goodness. So I don't know if you happen to notice, but we are off to an amazing start in 2026. Okay. We've just got to take a moment and accept and be grateful for the W's that we already have in the bag thus far. Let's just point some out. First things first, Charlie Kirk isn't here anymore. Okay. I'd say that's a big, giant W. Okay. Depending on your perspective. Now I will say,
and I hear these young people talking about boomers and boomer this and boomer that. Well, the one thing the boomers have is some decorum, some class. Look, I think that Charlie Kirk was a thorough racist, misogynist, all the things that a far right person could be. That was bad. However, time's out for all that. Surely you can you can set a better example than this. But I do understand that Lucas used to be like an Officer Tatum style man of the right. So, a former far right content creator carrying some of those bad habits over from the right to the left doesn't surprise me.
RIP, and the P doesn't stand for peace. But Charlie actually wanted people to purchase this shirt. Okay. He told me personally, face to face. He said, Lucas, go Max. And I want people to support you and buy this shirt because I think it's powerful. That's what he told me to my face in a dream. But he still told me that. So make sure to abide by Charlie Kirk's last wishes. Come on now, dog. Second up, we have Kunis Owens, all right, who I didn't have on my bingo card, attacking the widow of Charlie Kirk. And then thus leading to a fracture in the Republican Party just ahead of midterms, okay? Absolutely amazing. We have Vivek, right? Vivek got, bullied offline. That's gold. And most recently, we have Scott Adams. That's correct. For those who don't remember, Scott Adams was a cartoonist, okay? Known for his comic Dilbert, but he's best known for his racist rant on black people. That's correct. Where he basically labels all black people as a hate group. And then goes on to tell white people, hey, you got to move out of, black neighborhoods. Don't get around them. Stay as far as away from you can.
According to this poll, that's a hate group. That's a hate group. And I don't want to have anything to do with them. And I would say, based on the current way things are going, the best advice I would give to white people is to get the hell away from black people. Just get the fuck away. Wherever you have to go, just get away. Because there's no fixing this. This can't be fixed.
Now, mind you, this all stemmed from his just low IQ Neanderthal knuckle dragging self, misinterpreting a study. I want you to understand that. He misinterprets a study and then comes to this conclusion. Oh, that means that they hate all black people. But nevertheless, I digress. To give a little update on Scott Adams' current predicament is that he is been diagnosed with prostate cancer and he's paralyzed from the waist down. Now, I don't mean to laugh. No, scratch that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and stop this right here. But this is how not to be a content creator. I don't know how laughter and prostate cancer can be in the same sentence and tickle a guy like the amazing Lucas. But I don't really subscribe to him. But I do get pop-ups every now and again. And actually, it's a friend of mine on a Discord that made me aware of this video. And I'm just flabbergasted. And the only excuse I can make is he brought some of those fucking inhuman characteristics that MAGA blacks can display occasionally. And he's knuckle dragged him over to the left. And he thinks people like me are going to be amused. That's just not the case. We expect better from you, Lucas. And we're going to demand it. So let's move on from that. I just wanted to give you an example of, how bad how trash some of these people can be on the internet. And it really doesn't matter left or right. The behavior is just atrocious. So anyway, that's my old man rant of the day. So from the Washington Post, Department of Data, which jobs have grown and declined fastest during your working life? And I've not read this, but apparently this comes from the Census Bureau's current population survey. So it's got a nice little picture. This photo is actually from the 1960s, not from the set of Mad Men. So that's what we got. Let's see here. So let's see here. Probably should have read this. So it's got a nice little chart here, and I'll read the first part of it at least. It says here, so the current population survey, that's the Census Bureau's long-running, world-leading effort to measure America and its job market every month. We focused on its March supplement, a supersized annual effort that gets us additional job market minutiae going back to the late 60s. That gives us enough runway to look at the working lives of anyone who entered the workforce by 1969 to figure out the jobs that best defined your time in the workforce. The top job and the one at the bottom will use a measure of change that accounts for the size of each job, the speed at which it grew or didn't, and how it performed relative to other jobs at the time. Let's see. For the oldest folks for whom we have data, the last of the silent generation and the first of the baby boomers, the fastest growing jobs for the 40 years of their working lives would have been computer systems analyst, itself a forerunner of the fastest growing job of most millennials' lives, the app developer. And that's about to change. But in between those two long tech booms, we saw the rise of customer service representatives, the fastest growing job of many boomers' careers. The middle of Gen X occupies an interesting place in that broader arc. The working years of this generation were defined by the construction worker. Really? After all, they worked through the housing boom of the 2000s and the industry's long post-crash recovery. The fastest shrinking jobs surprised us with their sheer monotony. Regardless of when you enter the workforce, secretaries and administrative assistants have been struggling. So it's got a chart here. Basically, well, the top jobs from, say, 1969 to 2013, computer systems analysts. And then from 75 to 2014 or so, actually way longer than that, would have been customer service reps, construction workers, app and software developers, and then in the top jobs, personal care aides, office supervisors, couriers, and messengers. Now, I wonder if Uber counts as couriers and messengers. And then the bottom jobs would be cashiers, secretaries, farmers. That isn't that surprising. Let's see what else is in here. Top and bottom jobs, women only. Top jobs, customer service reps. Bottom jobs, again, secretaries. So in that top tier jobs would be teachers, elementary and middle, registered nurses, personal care aides, fast food, registered nurses. So that's for women. Let's see. Top and bottom jobs, men only, computers again, construction workers, app and software developers, janitors were a top job. Interesting. Other types of computer work. And then the bottom jobs for men would be mechanics and auto mechanics and technicians. That is surprising. Supervisors of non-retail sales, supervisors of retail, production supervisors, farmers and related. Interesting. I wonder, do plumbers count as construction workers? Okay, so top and bottom jobs, men with advanced degrees. That would be computer systems analysts again, management analysts, teachers. So teachers, app and software developers, management analysts, other types of computer work. And the bottom jobs, jobs that did not grow, slowest growing or fastest shrinking would be the bottom jobs. That would be high school teachers, lawyers, physicians and surgeons, lawyers and other judicial, chief executives and legislators. Wow. Now, I wonder, is that because men were leaving the jobs or the actual number of jobs were shrinking? Says here, men with bachelor's degrees have moved towards tech and towards nursing, while their numbers remain relatively small but have grown rapidly. Top and bottom jobs, men with bachelor's degrees. Thought we did that. Oh, that's advanced degrees. This is bachelor's degrees. So almost the same for the men with advanced degrees, except we add nursing in the top jobs. Retail supervisors. Interesting. For people with men with bachelor's degrees. So accountants have gone down. Yeah, accountants are going to be hit hard by AI. I can tell you that right now. Sales reps have gone down. High school teachers. I would think with high school teachers, that's because men just aren't taking the jobs. Okay, top and bottom jobs, men with some college. Truck drivers would be one of the top. Cooks, cashiers, construction, maintenance and repair, customer service reps, other computer work, couriers and messengers, janitors. construction workers, manual laborers, waiters and waitresses would be a bottom job. Construction workers would be a bottom job. Interesting. Yeah, these charts are actually probably better if you look at them visually. And if anybody wants this link in particular, just let me know. It is in the show notes, but if anybody wants me to drop it into the chat so you can look at it personally, I can do that. The thing that strikes me is they're not talking about the trades at all. I wonder where trades like plumbing and maybe plumbing comes under construction. I wonder. All right. Well, let us move on. And for anybody who catches the replay, all the links, most of the links, maybe one or two I didn't put in, they're in the show notes if you ever want to look any of this stuff up. While I'm thinking about it, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you do catch a replay, please make sure you're hitting the like button. And also, if you have comments, feel free to leave them in the comment section. I get so few of them that I pretty much almost always respond if you comment. So this was, I don't know if this is a surprise or not. I don't really keep up with football that much these days, but Mike Tomlin is stepping down as the Steelers head coach after 19 years. I actually liked him. Art Rooney actually, he's the owner, I guess, of the I don't know what kind of season they had this year. Maybe somebody can tell me. But so Art Rooney the second says, my family and I and everyone connected to Steelers management are forever grateful for the passion and dedication Mike Tomlin has devoted to Steelers football. So that's from the president. I guess, Tomlin's only 53. Interesting. The team initially announced his contract would run through the end of 2027. However, had Tomlin stayed, the Steelers would have needed to decide by March 1st if they wanted to pick up a team option for 2027 or if they wanted to make 2026 the final year of his deal. Rather than reaching that crossroads, Tomlin has chosen to step away on his own accord. The Steelers will be looking to hire just their fourth head coach since 1969. Yeah, they stay forever, like Bill Cowher. Wow. He was 34, so damn. When he went to work for the Steelers. Yep, I remember Chuck Noll. So this year's record, however, recent postseason disappointments have complicated his legacy, caused his approval rating to decline dramatically in Pittsburgh. His playoff record stands at 8-12, and Monday's loss was his seventh consecutive postseason defeat, tying him with former Cincinnati Bengals Marvin Lewis for the longest playoff losing streak of all time. Yeah, I can see why he stepped away now. Do it before before they actually start trashing you. I haven't been a Steelers fan since probably the 70s or 80s. Like the last time I really liked the Steelers, Terry Bradshaw was still the quarterback. Franco Harris and Rocky Blyer, all those old guys. That's got to be the 70s. What's up, Brooklyn? You have a problem with the thumbnail and show title. How is MAGA the Freakazoids when white liberals are wearing king costumes, vagina hats, Palestine rags with flags? Is that a trans flag? Well, I don't know. I would pick, for all the people that are, as you say, white liberals, I would probably call them white liberals. I wouldn't call them freakazoids. And by the way, don't look at me. Look at Slick Rick. Slick Rick is the one who said it would be a good show title. Now he didn't. I don't think he associated the word freakazoid with MAGA. I did that. I took the initiative on that accord. but given MAGA's recent activities, their tendency to be cruel, I think Freakazoid. I don't know much about the cartoon, but I do know that when you're trying to investigate widows for criminal activity after being responsible for the decease of their spouse, and it's such a heinous thing to do that the acting U.S. Attorney General of Minnesota says nope, ain't gonna do it, and resigns. Yeah, I'd call the Justice Department and the president, who obviously is actually running the Justice Department. Yeah, I'd call them freakazoids. They're bad human beings. They are freakazoids. So, you know, the majority of the blame goes to Slick Rick, but I helped him out a little bit with putting that MAGA in brackets. So the MAGA Association, that's me. So let us move on. Speaking of football, it reminds me of concessions, hot dogs and hamburgers. And I love the USDA Economic Research Service. I look forward to the couple times a week that I get charts. They're great at charts. This week's they're estimating the annual per capita availability of beef, pork, broilers, turkeys, and eggs, and they're going to show you the availability from 2015, and then they're going to predict into 2026. They're going to project. Looks like they're doing the projection for 2025 and 2026. So it is a story where chickens are ever more plentiful every year. The availability goes up a little bit more. Beef has been fairly steady, but it looks like beef availability is actually going to be going down. The retail beef. So that means beef prices are just going to get more expensive. They're projecting pork will be up for 2026. Chickens are going to be up, basically even with 2025, but up compared to say 2024. Turkeys were going down for quite some time. They're going to go up slightly. They're projected to go availability to go up slightly in 2026, but it's still around an all-time low. Now, turkeys were like, I got a turkey for Thanksgiving, like a 10-pound turkey. I think it was maybe 10 or 11 pounds for 49 cents a pound. I literally paid less than $10 for a 11-pound turkey. That definitely made my decision, because I hadn't cooked a turkey in years, probably 10 years, but they were so cheap. I should have brought two just in case I messed up the first one, but luckily I didn't mess up the first one. So eggs, eggs, the availability's been going down for years. 2025 looked like an all-time low, hence why the prices were so high. But their projected egg availability is projected to be higher in 2026. Not by much, but higher. So I'm sure everybody's real interested in meat availability, but I figured what the hell? It's a colorful chart, and we need to do some big ups for the USDA Economic Research Service. And again, this is in the show notes if anybody wants to Anybody wants to see this? I'm not going I'm not going plant based. I mean I like vegetables, so I mean I'm not a carnivore. I'm definitely an omnivore. As a matter of fact, I have a nice salad in the refrigerator that I'm going to eat with my kraut dogs tonight. I made hot dog buns. I'm going to have hot dogs with sauerkraut and mustard, and then I'll have a salad. So let's see, what else have we got out there now? Speaking of food, I did not read this, but it looked interesting. This is from the New York Times cooking section. To eat healthier, our critic went to the source, his kitchen. In the second part of a month-long series, Pete Wells and experts say the easiest way to a better diet is to surround yourself with the right foods. There are apples in this picture, and I say balderdash to that. I bought 2 bags of apples for my son. He was here for about 3 weeks over the Christmas break, and he might have eaten 3 of them. So I got a whole bag of apples and a half of another bag, and I got to figure out, I guess I'm going to make apple pies. I'm sorely disappointed that he didn't finish up those apples. He had plenty of candy and and DoorDash, but he didn't fucking eat the apples. So I didn't even bother fussing at him. I'll figure out what to do with them. Let's see here. So Mr. Wells says to eat healthier, you need to reset your appetite. Let me enlarge this a little bit. So this is what he writes. In 1976, David Bowie moved to West Berlin. He would make some of the most original music of his career there, but that wasn't why he went. He was trying to kick cocaine, which had taken over his life in Los Angeles, destroying his memory and producing round-the-clock hallucinations. Bowie said, I felt like I'd fallen into the bowels of the earth. Damn, that's a lot of cocaine. He said later, obviously, there are major differences between a life-threatening drug addiction and the struggles of an overfed restaurant critic, although my former life could get downright hallucinatory at times. But one of the ways I pulled myself back to health was the same method used by Bowie and countless other people who decide to get clean. I changed my environment. I needed to eat more of my meals in a place that wasn't filled with temptation, where nobody ever said no, least of all me. I had to replace all the habits that were slowly killing me with new ones that would keep me alive. The only way to do this, I knew, was to stay home while I taught myself how to eat again. If I were going to clean up, I needed to start with the place where I lived. My apartment became my Berlin. So willpower is overrated, this nutritionist says. It doesn't really exist, really. What's in your house is what you're going to eat. By focusing on healthy foods that you could add to your plate, you'll end up eating more of those, and then you'll cut out the cookies just naturally. Well, I'm going to talk about cookies specifically. I found the way to break my son of the habit of cookies was to not buy cookies, make him make them from scratch. And that beat that cookie addiction real quick. So they've got some good looking recipes. This one I'm actually going to try. It's a broccoli, barley, and cannellini bean soup. I happen to have cannellini beans. I happen to have some barley, believe it or not. Dried barley, it's in a bag. Sometimes I use it as a rice substitute. I don't have any broccoli, but I'll get all that stuff and make this recipe. And Kim, if you want plant-based, I can drop this. That's a good idea, but I like the sauerkraut is actually fermented. The red onions and vinegar. I don't know. I've never had them on a hot dog, but the sauerkraut's fermented, so it's got a little bit of a sour taste. It could be a New York City street thing, though I haven't had a street dog in probably 20 years from New York, Manhattan specifically. So, it says here to turn my Brooklyn home into a retreat where I could unlearn my self-sabotaging behaviors, I had to look a few blocks away to the stores where I shop for groceries. I became a regular at the food co-op I joined as an experiment during the pandemic. The store was small and patchily stocked with the emphasis on brown rice and dried beans. Yeah, dried beans are the bomb. Because since it's just me, I do probably at least once a week, I'll do like a crock pot bean stew sort of thing. And then you can put vegetables and whatever the meat of choice is, or don't put meat in it at all. But I'll eat on that crock pot meal for like 4 days because I make like a regular amount. And again, since it's just me, why go and cook a bunch of fancy stuff and leave a bunch of leftovers? The crock pot is my friend these days. So he says the refrigerated cases were so weak they barely kept lettuce and herbs cool. Every week, a different section of the floor seemed ready to cave in, but the prices were a lot lower than my corner grocery. And that made a difference now that I was eating at home most nights. That's another thing. I think one of the best things you can teach kids to do is actually to cook for themselves. I think I mentioned yesterday that on the way back from Savannah, we stopped in Macon, and I'd had the first fast food from a place called Cookout. First fast food I'd had in at least a year, if not longer. And I only got French fries. I wasn't about to eat like a fast food burger, but I much prefer my own cooking in my own home. And I know it's harder to do when you have a family and you're young and all that, but if you can actually swing it, home cooking's just way better unless you're going fine dining every night, because you get to season the food the way you want it to taste. So let's see, what else do we have here? He's describing his co-op. So just as important as the items in my co-op stocks are the things it doesn't. There is no room for chocolate cakes or muffins. No cereal aisle, just a few boxes squeezed in between the whole wheat flour and the oat biscuits. In front of the register, where most supermarkets have candy bars and gum, the co-op has a table spread with wilted kale and lightly bruised fruit at half price. It's easier for me to walk past a basket of free kittens than to pass up a bargain on perfectly good produce. Wilted kale is as close as I come to an impulse buy at the co-op, though. I try not to shop hungry, which history shows will result in a basket full of cider donuts. Yeah, you should never get like wilted leafy vegetables. They won't cook right. Let's see. Persimmons, ginger tea. I walk in with a list and try to stick to it, though I might work in attractive squash. I love squash. Too bad you can't really get it in the winter, though. Pictures of blueberries. So it says here, program your kitchen. Fruits that will quickly collapse in a wet puddle of mold, like raspberries, have to be stored in plain sight, either on the counter or at eye level in the refrigerator, where I'll come along in an hour or two and think, ooh, berries. The millet, popcorn, red lentils, and other bulk ingredients are lined up along a shelf on the freezer door. That's another thing. popping your own popcorn as a snack instead of potato chips. I actually prefer the popcorn to potato chips, to be honest. So anyway, if anybody wants this article, you can have it. I can drop that. Um, the problem with all this fresh produce and stuff is the sugary processed foods are just so much cheaper. I wish we could figure out how to make like healthy food cheaper. What's up, CK? Used to eat that down in Norfolk. What, popcorn or sauerkraut? All right, let me clean up some tabs here. So, I have today's Supreme Court case. It was basically it was a case from Idaho regarding a transgender ban in sports. And I definitely want to hear it. I don't know how long it was. I know it was at least a couple hours long. And it will bore everybody to death, but I want to hear it anyway. I figured since it's about trans rights and transgender kids in sports that there would be some people in this audience interested in how the plaintiffs would actually argue the case to justify. So we'll do that. But before I do that, I have this thing that Stacey Abrams did. She talked with a guy named Timothy Snyder, who's a historian. Oh, Cookout. Yeah, I wasn't that impressed with Cookout, to be honest, CK. The fries weren't even that good, to be honest. So anyway, I have this Stacey Abrams talking to Tim Snyder. Tim Snyder, you may or may not remember because I've shown him once or twice before. He's a historian, more a Eastern European and Russian type of guy. But he's kind of like a public intellectual. I guess, he's been talking a lot about authoritarianism, which you would almost have to know if you studied Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. So this is a half-hour talk with my buddy Stacey Abrams. I don't know. I like Stacey Abrams. I think she's okay. I think she's really smart. She's, really well-spoken. And looks like she's lost some weight. So you know what? Things are on the up and up with her. So let's listen to what she has to say. Then we'll get to the Supreme Court. But before I do that, there is something that came to my attention today. Apparently, Anna Kasparian did some debate with Pearl Davis. I think that's her name, just Pearly Things. And it's a Andrew Wilson. There's some debate group, kind of like Jubilee, that sponsored this debate, and Gavin McGinnis and some other far-right freakazoids. Andrew Wilson's one of those freakazoids. Anyway, last week, Pearl Davis had like some sort of debate thing with Anna Kasparian, and I went looking for it because it's got a YouTube channel. It's called Word Wars, Word Wars Debates, and they've got a YouTube channel, but it looked like something like Jubilee, which I suspect if I played it, it would be I get some sort of copyright warning. So I went out to the internet and I see here that Stephen Molyneux reviewed it on a website called Daily Motion. I don't know if that's his website or what. So I'm not going to watch it today. I want to watch it first before I show it. But I wanted to say, I'm sure people here would be interested in the debate because I am. I'm not a big Anna Kasparian fan. Certainly not a big Pearl Davis fan. But what struck me, I didn't realize Pearl was really tall. She's like real tall. She's got to be close to 6 feet. So because I saw her standing next to some males, and she was like a couple inches above some of these males. So that's why she looks so goofy. She's kind of tall. And I don't think Pearl Davis is ugly exactly. She could do some things that would, kind of enhance her appearance. Is she really 6'3"? Ah, okay. Yeah, that explains a lot. But yeah, because I saw like a picture of her online in a gym or something like that. And yeah, she's pretty tall. So, standing next to Anna Kasparian, who's like 5'1", but anyway, I'll review it sometime between now and tomorrow. And I'm sure it's going to be something I want to watch. The problem is I'm not a big Molyneux fan. And if I could cut him out. Now, what I might do, actually, you know what? I have a better idea. I'll just go ahead and show the whole thing, but I'll have to figure out how to decopyright it. So that's what I'll do. So that's on tap for tomorrow. For today, this will be our darling Stacey Abrams, and then the this Idaho versus trans Supreme Court thing. Idaho versus trans. All right. And if anybody wants the link, I guess I really should pin it. All right, let's see. Panel equals. There we go. So I'll pin it. What's up, Brian, by the way? So let's listen to Ms. Abrams, who I think is starting to look, she's slimming down a bit.
I'm afraid there is no substitute for people actually going out and protesting. And the protesting isn't just symbolic, it matters. It makes it harder for the government to do bad things. It makes it harder for the government to do things secretly. It shows other people that this is not normal. So we can't do without that.
Now, are you in Toronto or where?
I'm in Toronto right now. Yeah.
Okay. So we've got some folks who've joined. Thank you all so much. I'm Stacey Abrams, the creator of Assembly Notes. This is my Substack, and I'm also the host of Assembly Required, my podcast. And basically, we operate as a subset of the Tim Snyder fan club. And so I am delighted to have the one and only Tim Snyder joining us today. I say that in jest, but mean it very seriously. I had the extraordinary opportunity to meet Tim, 7-8 years ago now. And in one conversation just became transfixed by the clarity of his mind and the intentionality of his actions. And I'm talking about him in the third person like he's not on the second half of my screen, but wanted to just tell everyone how much of a fan of yours I am, Tim. And I'm just so honored that you would join us today for our Substack Live.
Well, I'm very glad that that fan clubs can be mutual, right? Because I'm a member of the Stacey Abrams fan club, and I've been so impressed by all the work that you have done, looking ahead and seeing around the corner about what the next thing has to be. So I'm really delighted that we have this chance to talk, and I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you. So in 2024, I launched my Substack, and the focus in 24 was really around what we say three things: how to be curious, how to solve problems, and how to do good. And then we got hit with 2025. And one of the most important things I think I did in 25 was dedicate a series of our conversations on Assembly Required to your book on tyranny. And I think I joined the legions of people who just owe you gratitude for helping concretize for so many what felt not intangible, but felt unmanageable. The angst, the worry, but also just the sense that too much was happening too fast and we couldn't deal with it. We're now a year on, and we have watched authoritarianism set in, and we have seen this nation move inexorably and deeper into tyranny territory. So my first question for you, in January, the second full week of the year, where are we and what's happening?
Yeah, I want to speak first to what you said about the book and about concrete action and about feeling overwhelmed, because I just, before we even get into the details of what's happening right now, which of course would be different in a week or a month, I just want to affirm your premise, which is that naturally people feel like there's too much going on and what can I do, because I can't solve everything. And it's really critical, and you focus on this in your own work too, but it's really critical to understand that it's not about solving everything at once. And each of us is not responsible for everything. Each of us is just responsible for doing something. And although that doesn't sound like enough, that will be enough. If everyone takes responsibility for something, then that will be enough. But also, that is the thing that makes you feel less overwhelmed. By subtracting from your media time and adding to your out in the real world with other people time, that makes you feel less overwhelmed. It makes you feel better about the overall situation. So I just wanted to make that general point. And then answering your question, I mean, it's not like it's a linear track, right? Like where we are depends upon what we do. And this would, of course, be a very different country if the presidential election had gone differently a year and a couple of months ago. And things can turn sharply, right? It may be that this murder in Minnesota is going to look like a sharp turn, but things only turn sharply when we're ready for them to turn sharply. And so we have to remember that it's not a show that we're watching. It's a process in which we are participating the entire time. And when we organize and when we're ready, that means when things go bad for the other side or when they do something particularly awful, we're ready and we can start turning the whole ship. So, I mean, analytically, we're in what the political scientists call competitive authoritarianism. There will be elections. The elections will not be entirely fair. They're nevertheless winnable. But the elections are not the whole thing. The elections are the most obvious thing to look at. But the elections only go the right way when we organize all around the elections in all kinds of other ways. And we only get progress from the elections, and this is important, when we see the opposition party, in our case, the Democrats, as part of a larger coalition, as opposed to imagining that they're going to save the day themselves. Because with love to the Democrats I love, they're not going to save the day themselves. And it's not even really their job. Like, it's their job to be part of a coalition, but the rest of us have to fill up the rest of that coalition.
I'm so glad you said that. I recently had a conversation where someone was asking me, do we just need to replace the leaders in Congress? And my response was, that's not the issue. And I don't mean to either excuse or castigate, but I think we have been trained sort of cinematically to think that there is a hero that's going to ride in to save us, as opposed to what actually happens when you fight back tyranny and authoritarianism and autocracy, which is that we are all called upon. And as you said, we don't all have to.
That reminds me, I watched a little bit of Hood Conservative show before I started the show at 2:30, and he made the comment that the left, well, basically talking about the organization and the coalition on the left. He's basically saying that the left is just kind of disorganized, more or less. He didn't use the word disorganized, but that was the gist of it. Nobody on the left really gets along. They all have different agendas and that sort of thing. And then he bragged about, hey, on the right, we all hate N-words or something to that effect. And that is, even as horrible as that sounds and as like literally deplorable as Hood Servit's logic can be, I think Hood Servit is a nice guy. I just think he's a little warped in the brain. Something happened to him. I don't know what. But essentially what he's saying is that the thing that unites the right is hate. The right-wing populism does involve othering a third group. And that's exactly what Donald Trump and all these billionaires in his cabinet are doing. You've got the MAGA blacks, you've got the white folks in MAGA, and they're all hating on the Somalis right now. The Somalis are a couple years ago it was the Haitians. Then it was the Mexicans, and then it's the south of the border people. This week it's the Somalis. You gotta have MAGA requires somebody to hate that gets the MAGA blacks and the the natural MAGAs together. I've seen like Taz has done a show on this Somali stuff. All these people that are, more or less black YouTube content creators have all done shows on basically talking about how the Somalis are cheats and frauds and get them out of here and all that stuff. Trump is playing the MAGA blacks like a fucking fiddle. It is hilarious to watch. So, yep. The right is definitely united behind their hatred. And then, I'll put an X for which minority we're going to hate this week. So what's up, Deacon Dave? Speaking of MAGA blacks, how you doing? Miss Diets, Mrs. Diets are racist. I don't know. Like I said, it looks like she's lost some weight. Let's see. Brian Nichols says Dave and I are MAGA blacks. Yeah, no, there is. I never doubted you were MAGA black for a minute.
To do the same thing, but we all have to do something, and that there's a luxury in thinking that if we just appoint a couple of people, they'll take care of it for us, or that they will be the ones to tell us what to do. And I'd love your response and your thinking on why that is our tendency and how we start to reshape our response so that we're not waiting for, not Godot in this case, but waiting for the cavalry.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I mean, you've already stated the answer to the question really well. I would just take a step back and say, it's also not the Democrats, right? It's kind of people who are on the left, I think, take a little bit too much pleasure in criticizing other people who are on the left. And respectfully, this isn't really the time for that so much. We have to be able to build a coalition on our own side and then get beyond the coalition on our own side. And yeah, it's easy to take pot shots at moderate Democrats if you're a more radical person. I have that temptation all that time. I feel that temptation constantly. But it's not really their job to solve this whole thing. Like, it's their job to be the opposition party. And if you're more radical than them, it's your job to push them in a certain direction. But pillaring them the entire time isn't going to do the job. Like, they have to be part of it. They're not going to be all of it. And you're completely right. It's not a matter of, your dream person being on top of the Democratic Party. One thing, when I talk to Democrats around the country, that like the first question is always, who's going to run in 2028? And I got to say, I really don't like that question because it suggests that there is like there's, Clark Kent is off there somewhere, and we just have to find him and get the cape on him, and then everything's gonna be okay. I don't like that question. I think we're going to win in 2028. I think there's going to be a great candidate in 2028, but I think there's no way to know who that person is going to be before we get through the incredible challenge that we're facing right now, and then we'll have some idea who that person is going to be. But if we don't get through this incredible challenge right now, the whole thing is moot.
And part of that challenge that we're facing was certainly illuminated, and you referred to this at the top, the murder or the killing. I try to be precise with language, but certainly the shooting of Renee Good. The video evidence suggests very strongly that it was a misuse of force, that it was an overreaction. But we also have Vice President J.D. Vance saying that he should be given absolute immunity under a version of the Supremacy Clause that essentially says that the federal government can't be held accountable for these actions. And based on your scholarship, I know that this rings lots of alarm bells for you. Can you talk about...
I didn't realize until today that President Eisenhower tried to buy Greenland in the early stages of the Cold War, and Denmark refused. So let me tell you what President Trump should not do. Doing military force would be a huge mistake. There are only 54,000 people that live on the island. So imagine the PR, the bad PR of a fucking nuclear superpower taking over in a remote Arctic Circle island with only 54,000 people on there. It would be bad press, and I would be leading the charge. The world already thinks American voters voted in an asshole. That asshole going and invading an island with only 54,000 people on it, that would just confirm so many things that the world suspects.
What you've heard in the wake of Renee Good's killing that has caused you consternation on the left, but also what lessons you want us to learn that may not be surfacing just yet.
Okay, we have to think about on the left part. With the vice president, I mean, it's it's not a proud moment for Yale Law School, right? That's not a proud moment for Yale Law School, one has to say. I mean, broadly speaking, a couple things here. One is that the executive branch should not be commenting on these things at all. We immediately react to the particular things they say, but my broad point would be the executive branch should not be commenting. They should be saying, well, somebody was killed, there's going to be a process, right? And the very fact that they're saying anything at all is bad before we even get to what they're saying. And then the second thing which strikes me is the death squad logic of it, that if somebody gets killed, then that is that person's fault. That is the general direction. I'm not being unfair here of what Noam and Vance and the president are saying. The general drift of it all is it was her fault. She somehow deserved it because she was a woman, because she's quote unquote a lunatic. And from my perspective, watching those videos as everybody has done, I mean, all she did was do the thing that we're told from birth that we're supposed to do as Americans, which is exercise our right of free speech. And so that's what I mean by the death squad logic, that if you show any sign of dissidence, then your life is forfeit, and the government's going to cover up for the person who does the killing, right? So that's the deeply, deeply worrying thing about this for me. And it speaks to the larger issue, which has worried me about ICE from the beginning, which is that terrible as the individual actions are, the broader concern is that ICE is being set up as a national, a presidential national paramilitary, which is going to be carrying out actions that really just aren't legal under the heading of quote unquote law enforcement. And that's the last thing I'm going to say is about this cliche of law enforcement. And it's like those words law enforcement are like sacred words. And as soon as you say them, then everything is permitted. And it's the opposite. Like enforcing the law means that first of all, you're following the law. You can't be enforcing it if you're not following it. And somebody who's on your yard, who's breaking into your house, who's pointing a gun or a taser at you, who's threatening you, is committing crimes. Like they're committing criminal trespass, they're breaking and entering, they're assaulting you. And then the moment we call that law enforcement, suddenly it all disappears and that's all okay. And so in terms of media, that's one thing that's troubled me is like the president or the vice president, whatever, says law enforcement. And it's like we all then, immediately bow our heads. And I feel like there's an Orwellian trick that's being played on us here.
I completely agree. And part of the reason I'm trying to be really precise with the language I'm using, and I saw some comments when I said killing versus murder. Part of what happens in these moments, and I'd love for you to speak to it, is that we react to their reaction. And even that helps guide and shape how we process in a very Orwellian way that if I take care in language, I can't not take care because I'm so outraged. In fact, that's the moment where care is even more necessary. And that's one of the reasons my question was really framed around the left, because we know that they're going to lie, that lying liars lie, that this is a paramilitary death squad that has been given the imprimatur to snatch people off of the streets, to detain, to kill. They have killed people in the Caribbean. They have bombed Nigeria. They have invaded Caracas. They have taken on perquisites of power that are not attributed, I would say, by the people. That said, we know what they are. We cannot let them change who we are. And so I'd love to spend a little bit of time from your vantage point thinking about what you want us to think about and talk about and do in this reaction where our instinct is necessarily and morally visceral, but also sometimes their goal as well.
Yeah, I think that's a wonderful question. And you pose it very precisely. I appreciate it. Because as you say, on the one hand, this is a fundamentally moral issue. It has to do with human solidarity. I mean, one can't let go of the care for a woman, a person, a fellow American who is shot 3 times in the face for nothing. One cannot let go of that. One cannot say, well, I'm going to talk about this purely in some kind of bureaucratic, administrative, or legal language, right? Because ultimately, the concern for the dignity and the life and the is at the basis of having a republic or a democracy or any kind of politics. So that's worth having. So we can't let go of that. On the other hand, I think I agree with you. It's very important to find ways of phrasing that are positive. And so some of the use of language on the left that I've been impressed by has to do with humanizing the person. So like not necessarily reacting directly to the dehumanization, which is very tempting because on the other side, there's been a lot of dehumanization, but not necessarily reacting directly to that, but the humanization, like talking about the person, talking about what she did, what she was like, right? Reminding, not just reminding us, but celebrating the life, the imperfect life. And that's important because on the other side, the notion is if you're not perfect in every way, according to the tyrant, you deserve to die. I mean, that essentially is the message. And none of us is perfect in every way, and none of us is going to be perfect in every way according to the tyrant. But we all have something to offer. And I think like that is a mode on the left, which I've really appreciated, is the humanization of the person, right? The sense of loss. And the identification, like that this is the sort of person who, even if I didn't know her, I know someone like her. I know someone who's in this position. I know somebody who likes to speak out. I know someone who cares about their neighbors. That I think that's been something on the left that I've appreciated.
When you and I spoke last year, one of the parts of our conversation that just stuck with me is the importance of the arts. And you talked about the fact that in resistance, the arts takes on such an important frame And to your point about humanization, it's one of those uniquely human things that we hold. Can you talk a bit about what role the arts should be playing in this moment of resistance?
Yeah, thank you. Let me start from the negative here. It's if you look at fascism, the fascism is very conscious of the visual element. And much of what's going on in this country, whether it has to do with the portrayal of concentration camps in El Salvador or the portrayal of domestic political opponents, there is an aesthetic component to it on the other side. And so the visual turns into the visceral. And that is part of the fascist transition, I'm afraid. And that's one of the things, if I were diagnosing whether this is fascism or not, I'm afraid like the visual on the other side would be one of the key arguments. And then another thing that's worth noticing is that the presence of horrible imagery. So like things that are artificially generated, AI stuff, right? Parodies, people who are portrayed in ways that are not only not consensual, but just flatly unfair. And against that background, you can't concede the arts, right? Against that background, you have to say, all right, I can do something which is beautiful. I can do something which is funny. I can think of a phrase which people are going to remember, right? Like even something as simple as what Indivisible or whoever came up with the slogan, I don't know who to credit, but ice out for good. It's just a simple pun, but it makes a lot of sense and it gets that word good in there, which is very important. So I think it's when you're going to protest, talk to
Uh-oh. I'm surprised this didn't get cut out.
Think we've lost Tim for a moment. See if he comes back, but please don't go anywhere. We're going to see if he reconnects. And while we wait for him, I just want to say thank you to all of you for joining. Thank you for the work you're doing and encouraging you to go to 10stepscampaign.org. We have a lot of resourcing on that site that is driven by a lot of the work done by Timothy Snyder, by Ken Shepley, by so many. And we would love to have you come and find the resources that we can offer, the framing and the information. But I'm going to see what I can do. I've got some technical support coming my way to see if we can get him back. And let's see. So they're checking to see if he can come back. But while you're still here, I'm seeing your comments. I'm going to put my glasses on because I can't read all of the comments, but my glasses have a glare. So give me 1 second. So I appreciate you all being here and thank you so much for the questions that you're raising. When Tim comes back, we are going to talk a bit about young people and the role they should be playing. We are going to dive in a little deeper into what is happening, not only around the issues of ICE, but what's also happening with the Federal Reserve. As you may have heard, what we know is that the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell has now discovered that he is under grand jury investigation initiated by the Trump administration because they are trying to seize control of the Fed. And the reason this is so important for us to talk about and think about is that if they can control the Fed, they can control the economy. And this is not just about one administration. This isn't simply about Donald Trump. This is about a regime that wants to control the money, the message, and people. And so part of our responsibility is to understand what's at stake. Someone just asked 10stepscampaign.org. That's our website where we are aggregating resourcing, where we're laying out what are the 10 steps to authoritarianism so we can recognize what we face. And then what are the 10 steps to freedom and power so we know what to do. And I'm just excited about what people have already done. We are doing the work. We are doing our best, but we need more of us. And as Tim said, this is not about everyone doing the same thing, but it is about all of us doing something. And one of my missions this year is to do the work of helping pull us together. I'm really good at begging and asking people to take action. And I know that it can work. And so I'm just excited to be in this conversation with you all, hoping that while we do this step by step, piece by piece, that what you're also doing is sharing information with folks who aren't on Substack, sharing information with anyone in your social media network. Because one of the most important steps to freedom and power, step one is committing, and you guys have all committed, you're here. But step two is sharing. We have to tell people what we know. I know about what's happening with Jerome Powell. I know what I see, what I read, what I understand, but not everyone has the time or the capacity to spend as much time learning. But we also have to connect the dots. We have to connect the dots between the invasion of Venezuela and the shooting of Renee Good and the bombing of Nigeria and the bombing and the deaths in the Caribbean. But those are also tied to the fact that 300,000 federal workers have been terminated from their jobs. And that feels like last year's news. But the reason it matters, hold on one second. I think he's back. Give me one moment. And it says that I can add him as a co-host. And so I am doing that right now. And I think, my friends, that my capacity to figure out technology is stronger than I realized, because it says I'm waiting for him. And while we wait for him, I just added him as a co-host, so he should be back in a second. But part of what we have to recognize is that authoritarianism looks for distraction. And that's one of the pieces that Timothy Snyder talks about so eloquently in On Tyranny. They need to distract us. They need to get us myopically focused on one conversation and one piece of the...
Yeah, the MAGA blacks, that rehashing the Somali fraud stuff, that stuff had been litigated a while ago, but rehashing it is basically, just pretty much a distraction. And to continue the distraction, you surge ICE into Minneapolis. And like I said, the MAGA blacks are just eating it up like dog food. Trump fed the MAGA blacks some Scooby snacks. And they are just eating it up. It's pretty damn funny.
Puzzle, so we ignore how all of the pieces fit together. And here he comes. Welcome back.
Thank you. Well done. I could hear you for a while there, even though I disappeared.
Well, they've been very kind. I've had to ad lib and try to read their comments with my glary glasses. But now that I've got you back, I'm going to take advantage of the last 8 minutes we have with you to ask you a few rapid fire questions.
Please.
So one, I would love for you to talk about what we do next. This is a moment where we are going to be told the election is all. And you've been very clear that that's piece of it, but it can't be all of it. And we all know we have to do something, but we don't have to do the same thing. But if you got to program America, what are the 2 or 3 things you would ask folks to do? One that's internal, something they're just doing for themselves, but then something that's external. What's missing? And you were doing, I think, a beautiful job of describing why the arts are a part of that, but would love for you to give a few more examples, because people are just hungry to know what else they can be doing or what else they can ask someone else to do.
Yeah. I mean, you kindly mentioned On Tyranny, and On Tyranny, I gave my best shot of like these things in the abstract, but in the concrete, the corporeal politics lesson, the people who are in American cities and who are protesting ICE are doing the right thing. And of course, how much risk you can take depends on your citizenship status and your health and many other things. But I'm afraid there is no substitute for people actually going out and protesting. And the protesting isn't just symbolic, it matters. It makes it harder for the government to do bad things. It makes it harder for the government to do things secretly. It shows other people that this is not normal. So we can't do without that. And there are better and worse ways to do it. And there are lots of good guides out there now from folks who handled Midway Blitz in Chicago and other cities. So be out there if you can. That would be number one. Number two is we've got to talk about this calmly as if it were an emergency. So try to talk to people about something which is actually deeply troubling you. People who are not your political pals. Let it drop that something is deeply bothering you, whether that is the Reserve Board or whether it's Venezuela or whether it's Minnesota. If you care, you have to let people know that you care, because that will eventually change the overall conversation. It will matter. And the third thing is look at little transfers of funds. Not candidates need your money too, but right now, 50501 in cities could use your money. Like the organizations that are helping to organize could use your money, and a little bit of money can go a long way. So those would be the things. But in general, make sure you're doing something. Try to do something with people who you respect. Try to learn from people who are more courageous than you are. Try to do something that you can do regularly. Those are the basics.
One of the other component pieces to what we talk about when we talk about resistance, when we talk about fighting back, is what's on the other side. And one of the things I've so appreciated about your scholarship is that you're not simply looking at the historical retrospective. You're also encouraging us to imagine what we should have. The way I talk about it is we've got to recognize where we are. We've got to activate around what we need, but then we've got to build what we deserve. And I'd love for you to close us out by talking about what that building process looks like. What should we be thinking about and doing in this moment?
Yeah, there's a connection between the two questions, of course, because when we get to the other side of this, whatever that looks like, and we will, the only people we're going to have are us, right? And the us that we're going to have are the people who have the experiences of resistance, opposition, organization. And so that's one more reason why it's very important to do something now, because you're going to be called upon to do something later, hopefully something more positive, but you're going to be called upon to do something later. And so we are making the us of the post-crisis right now by what we do. And as you clearly articulated earlier, also by how we talk about it and how we express ourselves during it. As I see it, like you can't just resist. You can only resist in the name of something. For me, the central value is freedom. For other people, it might be justice or solidarity. But it's very important to say that we're not just trying to stop something, or we're trying to prevent something. We're trying to preserve something. That's just not enough. Whatever we're trying to preserve, it's gone. There's no way back to it. It wasn't sustainable, obviously, because it got us to where we are now. So we have to be thinking in terms of a future. And once we're thinking in terms of a future, honestly, we should be thinking about a much better future, right? Where billionaires are taxed, where a lot more wealth is redistributed, where we openly talk about a positive morality in politics, where we do things more quickly and don't think all the time about what the administrative or bureaucratic shortcomings or limits are going to be, and where we are oriented towards the future. Right? I mean, I'm not listing all the good things that have to be done. It's a long list, but where the whole thing is oriented towards a much, much better future, right? When I think about America 250, I know American history okay, but it doesn't make me think back to 1776, honestly. It makes me think, what would the next 250 look like? Like, if we were going to make it, what would the next 250 look like? And I think we're at an axial moment, right? I think if we do nothing, 250 may be the last round anniversary that this republic has. But if we engage and we think about the future, this could still be our century. But we have to think about it in terms of a future where government is going to do things that are radical. I guess that's, I think the pragmatic is the radical and the radical is the pragmatic at this point. And the only pragmatic thing to do at this point is to say we could use government, if we were more active, to do drastic things that would make us much more free and prosperous. Because I deeply believe that's true. I mean, we're at a moment where government perversities, and many of them are Trump's, but many of them precede Trump, government perversities are holding us back. And if we have a chance to rethink what government can do, and we're being given that chance, then we can imagine America, which is much more free, much more just, much more prosperous than the one we've got.
Timothy Snyder, you are a prolific writer, an incisive thinker. Tell the folks listening where they can find you and what they can read that you're writing.
Okay, well, on this last question, there's a whole book which is called On Freedom. It's my most recent book, and the paperback came out just a few months ago. The little paperback that we've talked about is on tyranny. There are books about how bad things can go called Bloodlands and Black Earth. And where I do most of my writing day to day is on my Substack, which is called Thinking About.
Timothy Snyder, thank you for thinking about how we save America and how we save the future. Thanks for joining me.
Thanks for having me. So great to see you. Thanks for everybody for being.
Brian, you do realize that it's January, not July. I know that J at the beginning of the month might be confusing, but we got about a little bit less than 6 months before we celebrate the B Day. And quite frankly, I would almost be willing to say that, well, excuse me, the birthday is actually more like 1789, when the Constitution was ratified. You're excited for 250 years. Well, bless your little heart. All right, well, here it is, the boring Supreme Court case, which I am actually kind of excited to watch. The link has been pinned. If anybody wants to come up and do a running commentary on this Supreme Court case, feel free to do it. It is roughly 2 hours and 22 minutes. I may or may not get through all of it because I'm getting kind of hungry and it's getting kind of late. But I at least want to go through the government's case, the plaintiff's case, and then, if the rebuttal sounds like it might be interesting, I'll stay for it. But probably skipping the rebuttal will save 20 minutes. But here we go, and I will stop every now and again. There is one exit essay that I want to talk about, but we'll see how long the Supreme Court case can go.
And so I don't have a particular affinity for discussing events that I'm almost certain aren't going to happen. But losing this case would be monumental. I don't mean to overstate this, but if the Supreme Court sides with the ACLU on this case, every women's sports team in the entire United States would be illegal.
Talk about hyperbole. That's the other thing that these far-right freakazoids do. They hyperbolize everything. I don't know why Kimmy doesn't realize that MAGA is literally chock full of freakazoids.
Thanks for hearing this. This is Kate with the Neil Economies Foundation. One of the plaintiffs in the case attempted to have it dismissed. Could any of your journals address this and how the Supreme Court?
Yeah, that was in the state of Idaho.
Is that Laken Riley?
To actually pass a law protecting women in sports. And the ACLU and this athlete was the first athlete to sue a state preventing the law from being enforced. It was enjoined in the federal district court. It was enjoined by the Ninth Circuit. They won at every step of the way. I became Attorney General 3 years ago, and I decided to defend this law all the way to the Supreme Court. I petitioned the Supreme Court to hear our case, and I argued very strongly and effectively that this appeal should be heard. This athlete never decided to dismiss the case until the petition for cert was granted by the U.S. Supreme Court. So when they knew that they were in the Ninth Circuit, that they would win, they were fine with having this case heard. When they knew that they were going to go before the Supreme Court, they decided to try to dismiss this case. I think that's fundamentally unfair. I think that's gamesmanship, and I hope that the U.S. Supreme Court sees it that way.
Newsmax. I just had a quick question for the AGs, if you could address the prior ruling in Bostock and how, the best way to overcome that from your argument.
Yeah, so Bostock doesn't actually apply to this case. Bostock was a Title VII case. And so what we're talking about here is an athletic playing field where the immutable physical differences between men and women matter. And they matter in terms of podiums and medals, and they matter in terms of placement on teams. And in Bostock, we were talking about an employment situation where those immutable physical characteristics don't have nearly as much or any effect on the way that the laws were being applied. And so is it similar? Yeah, it's similar, but it's incredibly distinguishable, particularly because of how important and necessary the separation of the sexes on the athletic playing fields is to the success and the fairness for women in sports.
We have 60 seconds for any other comments or plans or walking over right now on what the AG wants and answer any questions.
Well, I want to go back and talk about that. The question was asked earlier. I mean, where are the Democrat AGs? I think that's a fantastic question. You've got basically unanimous Republican state attorneys general up here who are supporting female athletes, and the question is, where's DAGA? I'm sure one of the RAGA staff here can get you a phone number and you can talk to their executive director or any of their leadership. I would love to know the same answer that you're asking. This just seems like an issue that Democrat state officials and elected officials are terrified of. And I think you have to come back to one of the points that got brought up earlier is money. It's an organization and elections and campaigns that are completely beholden to these far left, bizarre, 10% screaming issues that are so far out of the mainstream that it just doesn't make any sense to common folk. I mean, I think this is a bipartisan issue. I think if you were to poll mothers in red states, in blue states, they'd all be on the same sheet of music here. And yet we seem to be in this crazy time right now where the screaming maniac left wing of 5, 6, 7% people are able to swing an entire demographic of state leaders. And I think it's a really sad state of affairs. So we'd be happy to put you in touch with DAGA or any of the organizations that represent them. And now it looks like the really important folks are here.
So we will go with Lainey Armistead, Madison Kenyon, and then Mary Kate Marshall. So Lainey, thank you for being here.
Thank you so much
Jesus,
for having
really?
me. My name is Lainey Armistead, and I was a soccer team captain in West Virginia. My love of soccer started when I was young. Shortly after kicking my first soccer ball at age 3, thank you, I would play as often as I could to find someone to kick a ball with. I'd play pickup games with my brothers, and by the end of high school, I'd made it to a state championship twice and won. A soccer scholarship from West Virginia State University made it possible to continue my soccer career. Right as I was entering college, I started to hear reports of female athletes losing to males all across the country, from Connecticut to Idaho and more. I wondered if I'd have to face the same thing. Then West Virginia passed their Save Women's Sports law. It was immediately challenged in court, and I knew it was time to take a stand.
We seem to be having a technical issue.
You can watch the rest of this on our website, cspan.org. We leave it to bring you Supreme Court oral argument on Idaho's ban on transgender women and girls joining female sports teams, and whether the ban violates the 14th Amendment. This is live coverage on C-SPAN 3.
Not surprisingly, male athletes have even injured female athletes in many sports. If women don't have their own competitions, they won't be able to compete. Gender identity does not matter in sports, and that's why Idaho's law does not classify on the basis of gender identity. It treats all males equally and all females equally, regardless of identity, and its purpose is exactly what the legislature said: preserving women's equal opportunity. In fact, it's our friends on the other side who want to classify based on gender identity. They're seeking special treatment for males who allegedly lack an unfair advantage, but only if those males also identify as transgender. Denying special treatment isn't classifying on the basis of transgender status. It's consciously choosing not to. Idaho's sex-based classification would get intermediate scrutiny if Hecox challenged it. But Hecox's requested relief presupposes separate women's sports. All Hecox challenges is the law's application to a tiny subset of males who identify as transgender and suppress their testosterone. But that's not how intermediate scrutiny works. Idaho's law is a substantial fit for 99% of males, and a perfect fit is not required. If it were, that would be the end of all sex-based classifications. Finally, a word about mootness. When trying to avoid mootness below, Hecox told the court, I intend to play women's club soccer this semester, next semester, and through the remainder of my time at BSU. A contradictory post-cert affidavit does not make it absolutely clear this controversy is over, so Hecox's formidable burden isn't met, and this case isn't moot. I welcome the court's questions.
There'll probably be some questions about mootness, but I'd like you to, in focusing on the equal protection analysis, the sex classifications in sports is not being challenged.
That's correct.
How does that work in this case when we're talking about one individual being accepted from a particular or included in a particular category?
There's no basis for heightened scrutiny, intermediate scrutiny in that situation, Your Honor. If the sex-based line passes intermediate scrutiny, which no one disputes that it does, then the edge cases, the potential exceptions, that's all rational basis review.
That makes no sense to me. All right. And I don't know how you can say sex classification is not being challenged. There's no question here that a male who identifies as a female, but it's a male, is being excluded from a female sport, correct?
That's correct.
All right. By its nature, that's a sex classification. And all sex classifications, we have said repeatedly in our case law, require intermediate scrutiny. Now, what you're saying is, well, she's not challenging males generally not playing. She just doesn't want to be the one male excluded. So it's a subclass of people that she's challenging, correct?
Yes, I think that is correct.
All right. So how do you square our various case law, Caban, Lear, Claiborne, VMI in particular, all of whom involved a subclass of people who challenged on equal protection grounds their exclusion from a definition?
I'm happy to take those cases in order, Your Honor, starting with Caban. There was no notion of as applied anything in Caban. In Caban, it was a facial challenge to the statute, and individual circumstances were used as examples to prove that the statute was overbroad and lacked
That's the
substantial
point.
fit.
That's what she's saying here, that the state interest here is the safety of.
I want for the people who are here, and welcome Queen Sunkist and Candy. I get a lot, and this is totally unrelated to the case that we're hearing, but do you notice how Justice Sotomayor interrupted the lawyer? Because apparently, he didn't, he wasn't addressing it, addressing the thing that she specifically wanted. I think that, well, if I had my choice, I would run a panel like the Supreme Court runs their cases. So what if you get interrupted? Deal with it. If you know your shit, a little interruption is not going to derail you. And you know what? Why should the interlocutor have their time wasted because you're not addressing their point? This bullshit, and it is bullshit. I don't care if it pisses people off, but oh no, I gotta finish my point. Oh, you're not even letting me finish. I don't give a fuck. And that's why I'm really reluctant to go on panels. You know, the people that I go up on panels, I'm either comfortable there or, I'm interested in the topic they're talking about. But this fucking getting butt hurt because you got interrupted mid-sentence, cry me a river. If you know your shit, it doesn't matter if you get interrupted. If you don't know your shit, then that's on you. But I don't care. And it is so fucking annoying when people start answering something that I didn't even ask, but they want to finish asking it. What I really need to start doing is just fucking clicking the X button and just be done with it. But anyway, if I had my choice, if I had my way, these panels would be quick, clipped. Questions wouldn't take half an hour to be answered, and questions being asked wouldn't take half an hour. To me, when someone takes half an hour to answer a simple, like a yes/no question, it means you don't know your shit. So sorry for the diatribe, but I'm telling you how I really feel. Stop getting butt hurt when you get interrupted mid-sentence.
Women, correct? And promoting competition. That's the state interest. And in Caban, the state interest was in ensuring that only children with active parents, let's say, were given a state benefit, correct?
Yes, and Caban was struck down facially. The statute was considered unjustified.
How about Lear?
In Lear, we had the same.
That's the opposite. That's the subclass, the people who were excluded.
See how she's just cutting him off? Like, I don't, just fucking get to the point. Cutting him off. I love it. I love it. That's how it should be done.
In Lear, the court said the law would be justified with respect to you, plaintiff, and because the law would be justified with respect to you, you are not able to challenge the law elsewhere.
All right.
So the
How
court
about
says,
BMI? That distinction doesn't make any sense to me. It's still an exception. It's a subclass of people who are covered by the law and others are not. That's what we said.
the VMI case is the flip side of Idaho's law. The VMI case, equal opportunity required letting women in to previously single-sex spaces. In this case, equal opportunity for women requires giving women separate spaces. And VMI said that was okay. VMI said separate housing.
That's begging the very question at issue here. You can have a sex classification based on sex. You just have to have a reason for it and one that matches your exclusion. What you're trying to say is we don't even look at the reason to see if it has a scientific basis.
The reason we don't look at the reason in this case to see whether there's a scientific basis is because no one disputes that there is a scientific basis for separate sports.
Oh, but there is a dispute of that.
I'm sorry. Are you then saying, Mr. Hurst, that there really is no such thing as an as-applied equal protection challenge?
No, Your Honor, but what I am saying is that equal protection, the question is whether the classification is valid and not whether it makes sense in individual situations.
But that sounds to me as though, and I think our precedent is actually very sparse in this area, sort of surprisingly sparse. But it sounds to me as what you're saying is, as long as the classification is facially valid, a person does not get to come in and say that with respect to some subclass, a small subclass in this case, a person doesn't get to say with respect to some subclass, there's a mismatch, that the justification has run out, that the justification doesn't apply. You're saying that that really is just not an available argument.
I agree that is not an available argument, and I think this court has taken that approach, our approach, in cases from Conn v. Shevin all the way to Wynn, and Wynn is the best example because there the petitioner had been raised in the United States by the U.S. citizen father, and the court said Congress's interest in making sure there's a connection with the United States is enough to justify the classification. Well, this petitioner obviously had the connection with the United States. There was no basis to apply these justifications to that petitioner. Didn't matter.
I mean, one thing that this case could be about is, and this case I mean generally, this litigation, is whether the plaintiffs are right here that there is a mismatch, right? You know, and some of your briefing addresses that question. Right, you can take all the hormones in the world, you can take all the puberty blockers in the world, you say, and there still will be a competitive advantage. That's one thing that this litigation could be about and one way to resolve this litigation. Another thing that this litigation could be about is this deeper and, as I say, surprisingly unanswered in my mind, equal protection question about what an as-applied equal protection challenge is and whether they exist. And I guess, you know, you're suggesting that we should, well, I don't really know what you're suggesting, because here you're saying, look, just do it that way. They could be right on the science and we would still win. A lot of your briefing really contests their view of the science. So which way should we think about this case?
We think that equal protection jurisprudence is about the validity of classifications. It takes a classification to trigger the doctrines to begin with, and then you ask, is the classification justified under intermediate scrutiny? And so that we think that's the right approach. Is the classification justified? Not is it justified in each individual instance, because as Wynn said, this court has never held, Wynn said, that a law has to be capable of achieving its ultimate objective in every instance. And as soon as that possibility of forcing the legislature to justify the law with respect to individual plaintiffs is on the table, intermediate scrutiny is over. That is strict scrutiny.
Can I question the premise that you are putting forward? Even if I agree with you that equal protection is about, is this classification justified? I think that begs the question, what is the classification? And so to the extent that you have an individual who says what is happening in this law is that it is treating someone who is transgender, but who does not have, because of the medical interventions and the things that have been done, who does not have the same threat to physical competition and safety and all of the reasons that the state puts forward, that's actually a different class, says this individual. So you're not treating the class the same, and you're not, how do you respond to that? In other words, the as-applied challenge essentially redefines the class, or one could think of it as that. And so what's wrong with that, number one, and how do you square that with our holdings in Caban, which Lair later described in this way? In other words, Lair suggested that Caban was establishing that as-applied challenges of this nature do exist.
Certainly, take the second question first.
Yes.
Caban says nothing about as applied. I know that Lair says later this was an as applied case, but simply reading Caban, it does not say that. It simply applies intermediate.
No, I understand, but those two cases were in juxtaposition with one another, and Lair comes out the way it does, distinguishing Caban on the basis that it's an as-applied challenge, and we in Lair have a facial challenge, and it's basically the same facts. So if you're right, that those two cases can't come out the way they do.
I don't think so, Your Honor. Again, Lair was actually briefed as a standing argument of maybe you might be able to argue that this law is overbroad, but you individually are not in the overbroad part, and therefore you don't get to challenge it. The court didn't use standing language, like express standing language in the opinion, but that is the logic of the opinion.
Mr. Hurst,
yes.
There's another way to think about the case your friends on the other side posit, and that is that transgender status should be conceived of as a discrete and insular class subject to scrutiny, heightened scrutiny in and of itself, given the history of de jure discrimination against transgender individuals in this country over history, in immigration and family law, cross-dressing statutes. they give a long laundry list, and I'd like you to respond to that.
Certainly, on the jury discrimination point specifically, there has been some discrimination against transgender people, significant discrimination against transgender people in the history of this country. The same can be said of many groups. The same could have been said of the mentally disabled in Cleburne, et cetera, et cetera. I think Justice Alito's concurrence in Scarametti is helpful with this in saying this quasi-suspect class or suspect class process, what we're really looking for is classes that look like race or like sex. And if you compare the discrimination in this case, where not one of the laws they cite actually classifies expressly on the basis of transgender status, if we look at that history and we compare it to the history of African Americans and women who were not able to vote, who were not able to own property, who had express classifications based on their status written into the law for most of this country's history, these things don't compare. They're just not alike.
I'm sorry.
No, please.
Okay.
There are two things in that answer that are kind of at odds with one another. You start by saying you don't question that there's.
Hey, MOT, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on, man? Chilling out on my
No,
way
it's
to
just-
Miami.
Oh, are you? Well,
Yeah.
keep looking up.
Oh yeah.
You don't want any planes landing on you.
Oh man, that's what happened the last time I was there.
Yeah, exactly. This is the Supreme Court case that happened earlier today. It's Idaho versus something or another. West Virginia's in on. As a matter of fact, I guess it was Idaho and West Virginia are the plaintiffs. So they're
So who
going
they
up
trying to
against
discriminate against?
Well, it's basically it's over boys and or transgender sports, youth sports.
Why is this in the courts? Wow.
I don't know. Well, I've heard kind of they've already reported where they think the Supreme Court is going to land on this. I'm going to be honest. You're right. This is one of the few times where I would go, you know what? This needs to be solved locally. The court shouldn't have even heard the case, as far as I'm concerned.
Nothing like this.
They are.
No.
Yeah, it's pretty petty, but this is a court that likes taking these cases. I guess
They make a brush sweeping law because of it. So yeah.
No, I was about to say they like legislating morality. So
legislating from the bench. Something that was never supposed to happen, right?
Exactly. So I was just making the comment, and I know I'm absolutely wrong on this. It's a character flaw. People will think less of me for it. But the one thing I love hearing these court cases on YouTube, because I constantly get fussed at cutting people off in the middle of sentences and stuff like that. And I'm just like, you know what? You either know your shit or you don't. Okay. Why are you taking 5 minutes to answer a yes, no question? And this whining, let me finish does not work for me. Get to the goddamn point. And if you don't know, just say you don't know. So yeah. I love to use the Supreme Court example because everybody's cutting everybody else off. But you know what? No one gets pissed. If you know your shit, a little interruption isn't going to, change that knowledge. Most people up here, like they're filibustering, trying to come up with an answer on the fly. And you can do that, but not all of us have that kind of patience. What's up, Lord ADS? So, but it's a character flaw, and I think people rightly fuss at me about it, but I'm going to keep pleading my case.
There's a history of discrimination, I assume de jure, in this country. Mm-hmm. And then you say, well, but they don't classify on that basis. How should we think about that?
So it says here, Idaho banned transgender women in girls, or trans girls and trans women in girls and female sports. They just put an outright ban. And I'm going to be honest, that's fine with me. If that's what Idaho wants to do, then I honestly don't live there, so I don't care.
I think that the famous footnote 4 helps, right? This has been a discrete and insular minority. Has it been a group of people that were recognized as a group where laws were passed on the basis of their membership in that group, demonstrating that they lacked the political power to protect themselves in the political process? This is from Justice Barrett's concurrence, of course. We just don't have any of that here. All they can point to is conduct. It says, no cross-dressing, no drag performances in bars, these kinds of things. As I think our friends on the other side would admit, people cross-dress who aren't transgender. This is not a classification on that basis.
What do you do with the legislative history in this case, where the people who introduced the bill called it a transgender bar? So you in answering Justice Gorsuch, you said there's no evidence of that, but there's certainly a lot of comments in this bill when it was passed.
Your Honor, I respectfully disagree. I am aware of nothing in the legislative record that says that. I know that the Ninth Circuit opinion says that, but if you'll notice, the key quote that the Ninth Circuit relies on puts the words transgender women in brackets. And if you look up that colloquy in the legislative record, in their transcript that they provided in the district court, the word transgender, gender identity, et cetera, do not appear in that section of the transcript.
Can I go back to the mootness question that Justice Thomas talked about, but not addressed here at all? Yes, this respondent made certain allegations about her intent at a certain point, but she signed an affidavit with this court attesting that she has permanently stopped playing sports covered by the ban. She will not try for any school-sponsored women's sports, and in fact, I think she'll finish school very shortly.
Hey, Queen Sunkist.
How you doing, Stanley?
Pretty good. I saw you had comments.
I just don't understand why this is even an argument. It's a man. No, he cannot be in male sports. Like, what? Why does this even have to go before the Supreme Court? What?
Well, you are cut and dried, but many other people aren't.
I think if you put your kids in sports, period, you're not serious about their health or safety. You have to put your kids in an astronaut's uniform to go actually run into other people at full speed. You really lost the ability to think you care about your child's health and safety and welfare.
I mean, usually when they little, they don't play contact. They play flag or something like that. But still, a man against a woman.
Well, I think the one of the plaintiffs is actually a soccer player, a female soccer player from West Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
And look, I first off, I think that this is such a small problem that it really should be kept at a local level. I honestly think that if Idaho wants to ban it, but you want your kids to play sports that bad, maybe you should consider moving. I mean, what the fuck do you think Idaho? Did you think Idaho is like a bastion of liberal hippies?
I would think Mississippi would have been first in line, but okay, Idaho, okay.
But it's such a small problem that's blown up. It's a little grain of sand, but we're all pretending it's a nuclear bomb. I honestly think the other thing I don't understand is, what? Screw it. Give me a sample of your blood. We're just going to go all the way down to the chromosomal level. And if you got an X, you can't play with the XXs. I'm sorry, if you got a Y,
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
like
it really should just get down to the microscopic level. If you got a Y, you play with the other people who have Ys. And if you got two X's, you play with the other double X's.
Here's
And
the thing. I believe in a transgender league. Just you have women's, men, and transgender.
but it would be nobody. I mean,
okay.
It's like
they have a league that only covers them.
You could go to shit. You wouldn't get enough to field a team if you looked at the whole state. That's how small a problem this is. But also on the flip side, though, I think we have a bunch of parents, and this is probably most of them are like on the left. We have a bunch of parents who are telling their kids that they can have everything. Okay, you can choose
especially white parents.
Exactly.
Shit.
You can choose your gender, and everybody else has to be okay with it, and you can choose your team. Somebody needs to sit these kids down and go, hey, you can either have sports or you can have your gender. Choose one.
So is it any girls that's trying to play on the boys teams or in the boys sports?
I'm sure there must be somewhere.
Actually, I'm part of the rare group of people where in my small town of Greenville, Mississippi, there was a woman clearly who tried out for the football team and clearly made the team in junior high.
As a kicker?
I think she was a quarterback or some shit. It was pretty labor
Really?
intensive. It wasn't no bullshit. Oh yeah.
Was she good?
Yes.
Oh well, hey, as long as she can keep
good
up,
enough to be
whatever.
on the team with other grown ass Delta November children? Absolutely not.
But I honestly think that this is like a combination of problems on the left, on the quote left and the quote right. I think the right is blowing it up into huge proportions. I think Idaho is correct. If they want to ban it, then I just think,
I think it's
they
a state
have a
issue.
right to ban it.
State issue.
Yeah, it should be banned if they want it banned. But
Yeah, why is this at the Supreme Court?
Because the right is hell bent on a culture war, and this Supreme Court wants to look at the law through a religious lens. And at root of this problem, it's not really about boys and girls sports. It's really about religion.
Yes.
That's the root. And this court is inclined to basically look at everything through a moral lens. And it's a shame because 6 of them are Catholics, and I actually kind of understand how they think because I grew up with kids like them. I'm roughly in some of them's age range. I grew up with kids like Amy Coney Barrett and Gorsuch. They're well-meaning, but they are religious, and they're just they go to mass every morning.
I mean, it is biological for me. Like, I don't know why this at the Supreme. Brown spoke yet? I'm interested in what she has to say since she's curious to define a woman.
She spoke briefly. Okay, well, since we mentioned that, Ketanji Brown Jackson gave the right answer, and it was Marsha Blackburn who was out of line there. She wanted a gotcha moment. Now, see, if I'd been Ketanji Brown Jackson, I would have said, aren't you a woman? Why are you asking me? That's literally what I would have said. Marsha Blackburn.
Yeah, I'm not mad at her for her answer.
Right. So this bullshit about she didn't know what a man was and all that stuff, that's a whole bunch of hokum. She gave a political answer to a gotcha question.
Right.
And there was no right answer to that question. It was going to be used against her no matter what she said.
Right. She was between a rock and a hard place. I just want to see what
I don't
her
even
response.
think, but see, I don't. it was between a rock and a hard place because she wanted to be a Supreme Court justice.
Right.
And she had to answer that question.
I might have been willing to just say, fuck it, let me pull the pin on this grenade and see what happens. I would have said your ma is a woman or
Right.
something like that.
There you go.
That would have ended my career, but it would have been worth it.
Right.
And there's no reason to question the sincerity of that belief, given that dropping out of sports puts you at a disadvantage where you lose your competitive edge, and she's going to graduate soon. How is this different than Atchison Hotel, where the person in the litigation made representations that she intended to visit and continue visiting hotels in the future? And then, when the case got before us, she voluntarily dismissed those suits, like here, with prejudice. And we then directed that the case be considered moot. How is that different?
To begin with,
I add one further difference between the two cases. Here, it's not like she's attempting to avoid us reaching the question. In just a little while, we're going to reach the identical question in another case. So we don't have a subterfuge in attempting to stop the court from reaching an important legal question.
I'll start with Atchison Hotels, Your Honor. In Atchison Hotels, no one disputed that plaintiff's plans going forward. In this case, even the district court does not credit the plaintiff's plans going forward. The district court struck the notice of dismissal and said, Hecox's plans have changed before. Hecox's plans could change again. And also, the court feels that this is somewhat manipulative in order to escape the Supreme Court's jurisdiction. None of that existed in Atchison Hotels, and that puts us in City of Erie territory, where in that case, the premises were sold, the business was closed, the owner was in his 70s, and they said, that's not enough. You could still reopen this business. Your company is still incorporated. Under these circumstances, where it's the respondent seeking through post-certiorari maneuvers to moot the case, that isn't enough. This case isn't moot.
Thank you, Counsel. Justice Thomas.
Does the justification?
Hey, salute to SKC. Thanks for supporting the show. I will definitely get XY beer. I know right where to lace. There's a beer for men and there's a beer for women, and I'm getting the XY beer. So thanks for supporting the show there, SKC. The link is pinned if anybody wants to come up. Any comment? Nope.
No, I'm still listening to what she's
Classification
saying.
as you have in Title IX, male, female sports. Let's take, for example, an individual male who is not a good athlete, say a lousy tennis player, and does not make the women's and wants to try out for the women's tennis team. And he said, there is no way I'm better than the women's tennis players. How is that different from what you're being required to do here?
It's not all different, Your Honor, and that's exactly what we're concerned about, that their arguments about needing to make exceptions from an otherwise valid classification for people for whom that classification doesn't make sense, those arguments don't limit themselves to people who identify as transgender. Many males could say, I can't really compete with the women's basketball team, and therefore I should be able to try out. And I haven't seen an answer from the other side as to why they couldn't. Beyond, I correct myself. They say that, well, those people don't face the same dignitary harm as transgender people. But I don't see how that's relevant to the intermediate scrutiny analysis. The analysis is this classification substantially related to a legitimate state interest? The person's reasons for wanting to violate the classification don't come into the analysis.
Justice Alito. Justice Sotomayor raised the question whether the issues here are identical to the issues in the case we're going to hear in a couple of minutes, and I'd appreciate your views on that. Suppose we affirm or reverse in this case, in the other case, would that leave something undecided with respect to your case?
Yes, Your Honor. Our case involves the issue of the constitutional definition of sex, which the Ninth Circuit made a decision about what sex means for constitutional purposes. The Fourth Circuit did not make that decision. We will be bound by that decision going forward unless the court reaches that question. That said, I would dispute the premise of the question, because whether or not the court has Article III jurisdiction in this case does not depend on what the court might do another day in a different case.
No, that wasn't the premise of the question. It was just an attempt to explore the consequences of deciding the mootness issue one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
There's a Munsingware GVR that's being agreed to here. So you're not bound by anything in this case. And our decision there will inform any new decision in the Ninth Circuit on this issue, correct? Whatever analysis we adopt in the Little case will control what happens in a new case.
That is the law, Your Honor, yes.
With respect to the Erie case, there, the 90-year-old man never said he didn't intend to open another business. He just said this business. And that was the distinction we saw. Here, she has said, I don't intend to do this. Now, every other promise that she made in this litigation, that she was going to continue trying out, that she was going to stay in sports, held true until this case and the negative attention she received, correct? To say she misrepresented her intent is going a little extreme when she honored all her previous intents and only changed her mind when new circumstances arose, i.e., the notoriety of this case, correct?
Just so SKC knows, I'm actually interested in what the ACLU's case is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, 6'3", or probably maybe even better than 6'3".
I think it's going to be 5'4".
You think so?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like I said, I don't know that I want to hear the rebuttal. I don't know that that'll be necessary, but I'm really more interested in the ACLU's case.
No, Your Honor, nothing changed externally to the plaintiff. The plaintiff's affidavit filed in this court says that there has been negative attention and so forth since the beginning of this case. The only thing that changed to this court granted certiorari, and then after that, the plaintiff said, I want out, and so I will stop playing sports.
Do you dispute that having a case named after you makes your infamy live forever?
No,
you don't think that Brown and any of the other named plaintiffs that we have in famous cases?
What kind of question is that?
Drawing attention to those people as people? Have you studied your law cases? Students do all the time. I think one of my colleagues had a course where they looked at the lives of the plaintiffs.
Oh.
Do you doubt that having a named case with such an eventful event is going to continue attention on this person?
I don't doubt there will be attention, and I confess
negative attention.
I confess I have studied a few law cases, but
have you studied the people?
To some degree, Your Honor. What I would disagree with is there's no background principle of plaintiffs get to leave the litigation whenever they want. Even Rule 41, even in just the district court, the rule is that once the litigation hits a certain point, you can't leave.
What you're going to assume, I know you don't want to, that you were to lose this case.
I think what happened in an earlier case is they got the desired result at the appellate level or something like that, and then they just said, "Oh, we're good. Let's pull the plug on the case." So it never got to the Supreme Court. It was something along that lines.
How come there hasn't been legislation in all these states, though? Why does this have to be the answer? There should have been legislation in most conservative states that they don't want transgender playing sports. What's the problem? They got supermajority in a ton of states.
Well, you can still, I mean, just because they legislated, you can still sue to say the law is unconstitutional.
I mean, you got West Virginia, you got Indiana, you got Ohio. Like, I don't understand why this needs
Well,
to be
this is
enforced.
basically the ACLU is suing Idaho. Idaho basically legislated a ban. And I guess West
Okay.
Virginia, I mean, I know at least Idaho did. I don't know that much about the West Virginia stuff, but
Okay.
yeah, they're
Okay.
just
This is the
basically
ACLU's
there's
case against Ohio,
yes,
not Ohio, Idaho
Idaho.
legislation. Okay, got it.
Yeah,
All right.
they're basically saying the law is unconstitutional. But the thing is I really don't see how it's unconstitutional.
I don't think transgender persons wasn't a constitutional issue. It can't be an equal protection under the
Well,
law
man, I
issue.
don't think there's anything in the Constitution about sex, other than like
It's
I don't
not.
think so.
equal protection and that sort of thing. But and I think the 14th Amendment, that's part of this suit. I'm going to play it and let me go look it up. It is like a 14th Amendment thing that they're
Yeah, but
contesting.
access to intramural sports is a privilege. It is not a right.
Well, no, they're talking high school.
Okay. I mean, with all the
Say-
NIL deals, I
And
don't think there's
you
any
remember
transgender
Lakin,
people. Yeah.
I think Lakin Riley was at the press conference. I think that was her. Remember, she like she was at Penn State or somewhere where that trans swimmer was there. And I don't even know how she got famous because I didn't really follow it. But there's like the Lakin Riley stuff. So this stuff has even happened at the NCAA Division I level, at least in swimming. So
Yes,
it's
I
a
do
big
remember that
deal.
case.
It's a big deal, but I think this is one of these times where I think people on the left are just being unreasonable.
Yeah.
No one has to fucking play sports.
Yeah, like I did a video, I think about 4 years ago, about the same issue. And it shows like this trans athlete that was just ragdolling the rest of the women wrestlers. and I used that as an example. And I think because we was laughing so hard at how this person was demolishing those women, that video got flagged off of YouTube.
Really?
Yeah. Like,
well, how did
like,
they do it? They didn't give you a strike or anything, did they?
no, they just disappeared the video off of YouTube.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, yeah.
I mean, because we was laughing so hard at how this person was demolishing these women. I mean, I don't think the point was for us to laugh, but we're just looking at this shit like, what? You can't have a person with the strength of a man obviously wrestling women, and it's like you saw it. You saw the fright and the terror in these women's eyes, these young women's eyes, as they was getting destroyed by this obvious ogre of a person. It was unbelievable. But we was laughing so hard. Of course, somebody came in and flagged video on YouTube.
I mean, they silly for even
okay,
playing
I
the
see.
game. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, because it was for like harassing or bullying or whatever. But I'm sorry.
Oh,
man,
is that
shit was so
right? Oh,
funny.
wow.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that shit was so funny to watch. And I don't
I
think that
mean,
video is even on YouTube anymore. But it illustrated the point about strength. And we
Mhm.
was just seeing this person just power walk through these actual athletes, and I'm like, oof.
and that's the reason they shouldn't be in women's sports. Like, I don't even know why this an argument. This is crazy. And it don't
Right, but
even
you can
have to
do it at
be
the
a
chromosomal level or at
right.
the
It
testosterone
doesn't
based
have
level.
to be a religious argument. It can very well just be a biological argument, and the answer is no.
Biological
Like,
arguments with biological standards, and if you don't be like, let's say Sha'Carri Richardson, in her case, with having marijuana in her system, versus another athlete that was taking an actual prescribed drug that was also banned. it's kind of like the same thing. Like, while not a performance enhancing drug, like I don't understand marijuana's banned because it's not performance enhancing. But like the girl who was taking some type of medication for swimming, and the side effect was it would give you better breathing control under certain circumstances. So I can understand why it was banned, but she wasn't suspended from her sport like how Sha'Carri Richardson was suspended, right? So it's like you can go to like other levels and actually
Well, but the thing is that, you know, even
argue
today, marijuana federally is still like,
a banned
it's
substance. Yeah.
still, yeah. And I know Trump, for instance, is trying to get the schedule, like reschedule it at a lower classification. So, I mean, I can understand why, you know, marijuana would be banned because it's still considered
A controlled
a
substance.
banned
Yeah.
substance. Yeah. But the thing is I understand, and I understand how important sports can be, but it's sports. And, you know, so few people actually wind up, you know, at the major league ranks. I, for the life of me, don't understand, and I'm dead serious. You know, if I were a parent confronted with this situation, the reality, the pragmatic approach is you choose one or the other, and you know you cannot have that. No one in life gets everything that they want, and if you feel that strongly about your dysphoria, then there are going to be some sacrifices. That's just the way it is. You sacrifice things when you're a parent. You know, that's just the way it is. Now I have a problem with the Supreme Court because, you know, if they had their way, you know, Patrick Deneen's vision for the US would would come to fruition. I don't like the religious approach to, you know, this trans issues, especially when there is an indisputable way to deal with it. You don't deal with gender, you don't deal with the religion, you deal with the chromosomes. And there's got to be a reason we're not doing it. I really ought to ask Juan, or maybe, you know, scare up some lawyer. You know, I know a couple. There's got to be a reason why they don't do it at the biological level. I don't know. It might be a privacy issue or something, but to me, it's just simple. You know, screw everything. Give me a drop of blood.
This is weird to me.
Huh?
Women don't have autonomy over their bodies, but men can compete against them in sports. What is happening? Why?
Okay, well, you gotta be careful because men is gender. You mean male?
I mean, that's what they are.
Okay,
How is men gender?
okay,
It's not.
let me help you out here. Man and women are
Mm.
gender. Male and female are sex. Gender is not
Oh,
sex,
okay.
and vice versa. So
Well,
when
let
you
me
say
switch that.
man, like a man's role, that is gender. And you know,
Oh, okay.
you notice the title of the show. It's about far right freakazoids.
Yes.
You know, the far right freakazoids can't tell the difference between gender and sex. But you know,
Oh,
the thing is, I'm mostly pointing out the far right freakazoids just to get under Kimmy's skin. But they swear that gender and sex are the same, and that's why they're weak.
well, doesn't
So
gender generally apply to language anyway, and not people?
Well, I mean, gender applies to roles, and there's a biological component to gender. There just is, but it's not biology. Um, so it, I always seek, you know, the most basic. You know, I want to take it down to the atomic level where you can't split the atom anymore. Once you got the electrons and neutrons and protons, you can, but for our purposes, you can't. Once you split the atom, that's that. And once you get down to the sex level where you're looking at chromosomes, you can't go any basic than that. Male and female can't really be, they can't really be broken down into their constituent components.
Right.
Man and woman can, because it's just like race. It's a social construct.
Willing plaintiff who has offered to dismiss with prejudice, promised not to incur this activity again, we would force that person to continue prosecuting this case.
The court did in City of Erie.
That it did there, but is it the right thing to do? We didn't do it in Atchison.
In Atchison, no one disputed that the case was moot. The only question was which Article 3 question would be decided first. In this case, we dispute the case is moot. We dispute all of the facts that this is based on. This is a formidable burden that Hecox bears. That's from Nike, already be Nike, to show that it is absolutely clear that this conduct cannot be reasonably expected to reoccur. We think, as the district court said in its striking order, that based on the changing history here, based on the past conduct, as Scalia mentioned in his footnote 3 of his City of Erie concurrence, there is a reasonable basis to doubt whether Hecox's current plans are the final plans. And as long as there's a reasonable basis not to credit the current plans, Article 3 lets the court hear the case.
Justice Kagan? Mr. Hurst, I want to take you back to our conversation about whether there's such a thing as applied equal protection challenges, and ask you for two things. The first is I do think that runs counter to a couple of things that we think of as basic principles of constitutional law and maybe equal protection law particularly. In constitutional law, we often say as applied challenges are the preferred mode of constitutional adjudication. Certainly, we have not erected like bars to them in any other area, as far as I understand it. And then in equal protection law, we say all the time things like people need to be treated as individuals and not as just as members of a group. And I'm wondering whether both of those principles don't suggest that any bar on equal protection as applied equal protection challenges is just wrong, is off. And then the second thing I want you to do after you do that is assume for me that there is such a thing, and to tell me how, in your view, an as-applied equal protection challenge ought to work in this case.
Certainly, Your Honor. The first answer would be, I recognize those principles that Your Honor is alluding to. The contrary principle would be the very nature of intermediate scrutiny analysis, that it is always possible, if you only have a substantial fit supporting legislation, then it is always possible to find people whom it doesn't fit. And then we're in strict scrutiny.
So I completely take that point, Mr. Hurst. I mean, you're exactly right. And of course, intermediate scrutiny is different from strict scrutiny. It doesn't require the, almost perfection that strict scrutiny does. Completely take the point. But isn't that point really addressed to what we often consider in these areas, which is to facial challenges, right? So when you bring a facial challenge, of course, that's right, that you're allowed to have over-inclusiveness and under-inclusiveness and a lack of a perfect fit, but that the nature of an as-applied challenge is different.
Certainly the court could do that, Your Honor. The court has not done that before, as I think we both agree. And the result of that would be judge made exceptions to laws anytime judges thought they didn't make sense for particular classes of plaintiffs. And the deference to the legislature that should exist to some degree, even under intermediate scrutiny, would be done away with. It would be gone. And then the administrability justification for many sex-based classifications, including this one, would also be gone, because you could no longer administer the classification evenly. You would have to make as many exceptions as courts thought you needed to make. So it's really an institutional competence thing or institutional power thing between courts and legislature.
So you're suggesting to me that the whole thing is just unworkable and we shouldn't, but flip to the second prong of my question, which is suppose we said, where as applied equal protection challenges exist as applied anything challenges do. What would it look like, do you think? What should it look like?
Yeah, I'm not sure what it should look like. I can say what it does look like in this case and why we think there's a problem with it.
So you're not willing to take me on my second path, which is like, let's assume that there is such a thing as this challenge.
Yes. I mean, the most I can say, I doubt this is a satisfactory answer, Your Honor, but the most I can say is that the as-applied nature of a challenge might go to the remedy. The legal analysis still focuses on the classification and the justification for the classification. And once we're talking about individuals, we're not talking about a classification anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't seem like much of an as-applied challenge, right? You have to prove the exact same things you do in a facial challenge, but don't worry because you only get relief as to you. So that's not a true as-applied challenge.
And I'm having trouble coming up with what it could look like because it will always be possible to carve the class down further, right? I mean, so if they say that their class, that their subclass, I guess, subclass of males is males who identify as transgender, then we would come back and say, well, only something like 10% of males who identify as transgender take the testosterone suppression. And then they might say, well, okay, no, the class is just the males who take the testosterone suppression. And then we might come back and say, well, according to the record, according to their own expert, of males who take testosterone suppression, only 1/4 of them are able to achieve the appropriate, achieve ordinary levels of testosterone for women. And the other 3/4 would still have an advantage, and therefore we'd be justified 75% pretty good fit in intermediate scrutiny, and we'd be justified with the law. But then they can just change the class again. They can say, aha, no, our class is males who identify as transgender, who suppress their testosterone, and who suppress their testosterone successfully and are able to get it down to where they don't have a competitive advantage. And at that point, we can say, if you can define the class so precisely, you're going to force the state to define the class that precisely. It's going to be enormously burdensome for everyone, and the state can never win because whenever the state points to the fit in the statute, they just redefine their class as only the people who are outside the fit.
Thank you.
Justice Gorsuch? Justice Kavanaugh?
To follow up on something you were talking about, Justice Sotomayor, would your constitutional position be different if the law explicitly stated that transgender women and girls cannot participate in women's and girls' sports?
My answer to that depends on what's in the rest of the law. So I would refer back to Skermetti and say, it's not a magic words test. The mere presence of the word transgender in the statute is not enough to make it a transgender-based classification.
What would make it?
If the law, either expressly or through its effect, let all males except males who identify as transgender participate in female sports, but made it so that somebody's ability to play in female sports depended on transgender identity.
Assume that the law does not allow males to play in women's and girls' sports, and then explicitly says, in separate provision, transgender women and girls, biological males who identify as female, cannot play in women's and girls' sports. Would your constitutional position be any different in that situation?
No, Your Honor, I think that's Skermetti. I think that would be a reference to transgender identity, but the law's application would never turn on transgender identity, so it wouldn't be a transgender status.
Even if it says transgender?
The word transgender in the statute might be relevant to a pretext analysis, but it wouldn't be relevant to facial classification if that word did not change how that statute applied in practice.
How many states allow biological males who identify as females, transgender women and girls, to play in women's and girls' sports?
Statutorily, I'm aware of 27 states that take our side and do not permit that, and 23 states that take the other side and do permit it.
In those states who do allow it, is your position that they are violating the Constitution, the Equal Protection Clause, rights of biological girls and women by allowing that? Or do you say that's up to each state to decide and that the Constitution gives discretion to the state whether to allow it or not to allow it?
I have not yet been persuaded by a constitutional theory that would let us use the Equal Protection Clause to impose our policy on other states in this matter.
Okay.
That is an excellent reply.
I like that.
I have some questions about the implications of your theory. So how would your theory play out if we're talking about 6-year-olds, where there's no difference between boys and girls in terms of athletic ability, testosterone levels, et cetera? Could you have sex-separated teams then? Or sorry, sex-separated teams by biological sex and not allow trans girls?
Certainly, Your Honor. First, I'd like to explain how the statute applies to that situation so I can put my answer in context. There are no 6-year-olds in the state to whom the statute applies because there are no school-sponsored.
That's why it was a hypothetical.
Okay, right. Yes, like it would be the normal intermediate scrutiny analysis. And are we saying it applies only to 6-year-olds or to everybody across the board?
Well, I'm just trying to give you a I mean, yours is driven by testosterone levels and differences in athletic capability. So I'm asking you, what if you try to take that out of the equation and you're just drawing the line based on biological sex and saying that trans girls can't be on the girls' team in an age group that's prepubescent?
The record in this case does not support the notion that males lack an athletic advantage at 6 years old. That's about as early as the science goes from what's in the record. And even at that age, males have about a 5% athletic advantage over girls in most situations. Now, if this is not a level of competition where anybody cares about that, the simple solution is the solution you see in most places, which is you have co-ed sports, you don't divide the teams based on sex, and everybody can play. And Idaho's law does nothing to interfere with that.
And remind me whether Idaho's law, and I guess your answer made me think of this, and I guess this goes to the question of whether the law discriminates on the basis of trans status. Is it true that biological girls, trans boys can play on boys' teams?
Anyone can play on boys' teams, Your Honor.
Anyone can play on boys' teams. Okay. And to this point about medical uncertainty and scientific uncertainty, you were talking about what advantages you might have even that are apart from testosterone levels. Mm-hmm. Your friends on the other side say that, listen, that science is uncertain.
Where are my men's rights boys at? Anybody can play on a men's team? What? Wait, hold it. Isn't that some sort of discrimination?
I mean, it would be. If anybody can play on a boys' team, then why can't anybody play on a girls' team?
I think we have our new Supreme Court case.
And so we need more factual development. It's not really clear how much of an athletic advantage boys and men have if their testosterone levels are below a certain point. How does that play out? Tell me why we don't need more fact-finding, or what is the state's burden in showing what the state of scientific certainty is? Do we have to defer to the state? Presumably at some point, if deference is due, the state would have too little scientific evidence to really get that deference. Tell me how to think about that.
The first question would be, are we applying intermediate scrutiny? And we argue that the court shouldn't. But leaving that aside, if the court is applying intermediate scrutiny, then we'd say it's Turner Broadcasting that says the legislature, First Amendment case, applied intermediate scrutiny and said under intermediate scrutiny, the legislature has to draw reasonable inferences from substantial evidence. It does not need to act only on scientific consensus, which is what the district court in this case assumed incorrectly.
Thank you.
Justice Jackson?
So I guess I'm going back to your discussion with Justice Kagan. I'm not sure I understand why you're characterizing the as-applied challenge in practice as the individual coming back and proposing a different classification, as though we're doing an analysis of the classification in the way that you suggest. I thought that the state has a classification that is its general rule. No individuals who identify as female but were sex at birth male can play in women's sports. And that the individual then is merely seeking an exception based on their individual capacity, because the state's general rule is based on fairness and medical science and all of these things. Do I have this, like, they're not proposing an alternative class necessarily. They are just saying that I should be accepted from that general rule on this basis.
We agree that an exception is what they are seeking, Your Honor. And And it's an exception based on transgender status, again.
But that's the way the rule used to work, right? I just want to be clear about what we're talking about here.
Sure.
I understood that this law originally was exactly that you basically said no transgender women in girl sports, but we'll look at your evidence and look at your circumstances and decide whether or not you individually can be included.
So
is that what used to happen?
As a matter of Idaho law, there was no law whatsoever before this.
Is that what was happening on the ground in Idaho law?
That's what NCAA policy permitted from 2010 to 2022. Before 2010, the NCAA policy matched ours. Since 2025, the NCAA policy has matched ours.
Okay. But what I'm asking is if that's the ask here, not that all transgender women be allowed, but that this particular plaintiff be allowed based on their circumstances, why is that so not administrable or proposing a different classification that we're not going to be able to sustain? I don't understand.
So first as to administrability, Your Honor, making sure that a transgender athlete does not have an unfair advantage would require ongoing testosterone monitoring because circulating testosterone can fluctuate. That is invasive. That is intrusive.
No, but that's the burden of the person. The person who wants to play has to demonstrate to you, to whatever degree of scientific certainty, that they don't have a competitive advantage. Why would you not allow that? I guess I don't understand.
The second answer is that there's nothing in that argument that limits itself to transgender identifying athletes. If this athlete doesn't have an advantage over women and therefore can compete safely, then there are other athletes that could say for different reasons that they don't have an unfair advantage and therefore they could compete safely.
Yes, and I understand that, and there are legal arguments. Let me ask you something about the classification. I guess I'm struggling to understand how you can say that this law doesn't classify on the basis of transgender status. The law expressly aims to ensure that transgender women can't play on women's sports teams. So why is that not a classification on the basis of transgender status?
I'd apply Scrimetti again. The question is whether the application of the law turns on transgender status, and it doesn't. It turns on sex. The legislature did not want to exclude transgender people from sports. It wanted to keep women's sports women only and exclude males from women's sports.
No, I understand, but with respect to two individuals, a cis woman and a trans woman, who both want to play on a team that reflects their gender identity, this law operates differently based on their sex,
actually
right?
kind of impressed. She didn't say biological, she said cis. So
Yes.
she's got the lingo right.
The law does operate differently based on their sex, as Your Honor just said. It does not operate differently based on their transgender identity.
But it treats transgender women different than cis women, doesn't it?
It has a disparate impact because men who identify as transgender have a different reason for wanting to play women's sports than women, than biological females do, right? But if that were enough, then Scrimetti would have come out a different way, Gadulli would have come out a different way.
You know what? I actually see why this. I actually see why this made it to the Supreme Court. It's basically it's a discrimination thing. If you're treating cis women different than it comes down to cis and trans. But the problem is the classification that I think that's actually one weakness with the civil rights legislation is they're talking gender. I think actually I'm going to have to go back and look at that, but I think the way the laws are written, it deals more with gender as a protected class, men and women, rather than male and female. That's where the hang up is. It's a weakness in how the civil rights laws are written.
I mean,
So
but they want it
if
one
you-
way and not the other, though. And so,
Right.
like,
Right. So
nobody cares about
basically
women
what
joining men's sport, they just want to keep
Well,
you
no.
know,
It's
trans from
not.
joining
It's actually
women's sports.
not about. It's actually not about that. It's really about the letter of the law. When you say men and women, that's not the same thing as male and female. One is biological, one is gender. In the way the civil rights laws are written, there's an equal protection issue. Trans women versus cis women. The law says women, so you're actually discriminating.
Oh
It's
Lord.
possible that you're discriminating, but it's a semantic argument.
Yep, Sean Kiss,
It's not a
all your fault.
biological argument. Mhm.
So what's the difference between why trans women play sports and biological women play sports?
Okay, well, remember, sports isn't the issue, it's the letter of the law. Okay, the civil rights law has protected classes.
Mhm.
And if I recall, now I could be wrong, but the civil rights legislation talks about men and women. I don't think it talks male and female. I have to go and look it up, or if Juan wanders by, I'm going to ask. But really, this case is more about equal protection based on civil rights laws. Like the letter of the law talks about men and women, if I recall, not male and female. Like females aren't a protected class, women are. If I'm
okay.
if
I
I'm
get the
right
text.
about this, I'm kind of
Oh
dicey. I'd
my
have to go
goodness.
and look it up. But she just kind of flicked on a switch when she started talking cis and trans and discrimination. Let me
This
back it
is
up a little
crazy.
bit. Let me back it up a little bit, and you'll see where she starts with. That's why I noticed everybody else is talking biology, and all of a sudden Katanji's talking, well, Justice Jackson is talking cis.
Based on their sex, as Your Honor just said. It does not operate differently based on their transgender identity.
See,
But it treats
that's it. It's an identity. Man and woman. The word man, the word women, it's social construct, it's language, it's not biology.
transgender women different than than cis women, doesn't it?
It has a disparate impact because men who identify as transgender have a different reason for wanting to play women's sports than women, than biological females do.
What's the difference?
If that were enough, then Scarametti would have come out a different way.
The difference
would have come out a
between
different
what?
way.
I think it's the same damn difference.
What is the difference? Like I don't get it.
The difference between what?
He said that trans women have a different reason for wanting to play sports than cis women. Is that the right word? I don't know. Biological.
Well, yeah, that is a curious thing to say. I'm hopefully he elaborates.
Other cases would have gone a different way. I'm blanking on the other ones.
All right, finally, let me just ask you about mootness because it's a little odd, I think.
Wait, let me back this up a little bit.
As Your Honor just said, it does not operate differently based on their transgender identity.
But it treats transgender women different than cis women, doesn't it?
It has a disparate impact because men who identify as transgender have a different reason for wanting to play women's sports than women, than biological females do, right? But if that were enough, then Scarametti would have come out a different way. Gaduldig would have come out a different way. Other cases would have gone a different way. I'm blanking on the other ones.
All right, finally, let me just ask you about mootness because it's a little odd.
Well, maybe the difference is women know they're women and trans women just think they're women. Maybe that's what he means.
I think that a defendant would not want a case dismissed. Ordinarily, the defendant is the one who's claiming mootness because they've been sued. So this plaintiff has brought a claim against you, and the claim relates to your policy about college sports. And as I understand, the plaintiff is about to graduate. So wouldn't we have a mootness problem potentially notwithstanding any representations that
You can't do that. The Supreme Court cannot legislate how people identify. Okay, man and woman are identifications. They are not biology. So the Supreme Court cannot tell people how to identify. Gender is not biology.
The plaintiff made?
I don't think so, Your Honor. I'd look to Camreta as the case that tells us the best case for telling us how we analyze mootness in this situation. It's, does the petitioner still have an interest in continuing the litigation?
Only for a few more months. What if this decision doesn't come out until June and she graduates in May?
It's my understanding at this point, I defer to my friends here, it's my understanding at this point that May graduation is not possible.
For this individual?
For this individual, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Mupan?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. It is undisputed that states may separate their sports teams based on sex in light of the real biological differences between males and females. States may equally apply that valid sex-based rule to biological males who self-identify as female. Denying a special accommodation to trans-identifying individuals does not discriminate on the basis of sex or gender identity or deny equal protection. All of that remains true, even assuming a man could take drugs that eliminate his sex-based physiological advantages. The law is reasonably tailored, regardless of whether it is perfectly tailored as applied to any such tiny subset of men. And states are not required to redefine sex or monitor the testosterone levels of female athletes. In short, male athletes who take performance-altering drugs are not similarly situated to female athletes, and states need not treat them the same. I welcome this court's questions.
Would you elaborate on what you alluded to, and that is that whether or not a state has to, its asserted interest in classifications has to bear out in each individual case? That seems to be what the applied challenges in individual cases would require.
That's right. So intermediate scrutiny requires a substantial relation or a reasonable fit, which is not a perfect fit. And this court has recognized, and I'd point this court to Edge Broadcasting in particular, it focused on this exact issue of if the law is substantially related in general, can an individual come in and say, well, as applied to me individually, it's not. And the court said, no, we're not going to allow you to do that because that would essentially convert intermediate scrutiny into strict scrutiny on an as-applied basis. Now, I'm not disputing that you can sometimes bring as-applied claims under intermediate scrutiny. So if, for example, you had a law that applied, this sort of law that applied.
So apparently Idaho, or was that West Virginia, is going to argue this is the government, the federal government, testifying or basically opposing the ACLU. So there are at least three parties, two on one side and one on the other.
Sports, but also math and also chess. It might be that as applied to math or chess, it was invalid, but it was valid as to sports because for math and chess, at the level of the classification, it's not reasonably tailored. But here, critically, everyone agrees that for sports, for 99% of men, it's reasonably tailored. It's just the 1% of trans-identifying individuals who take drugs and then those drugs are effective. That's a problem. And this court's decision in Michael M. makes clear that that's not a viable as-applied claim. In Michael M., this court upheld a statutory rape law that applied differently to men than women, and the rationale was because women faced a unique risk of pregnancy. But of course, if either the male rapist or the female victim was infertile, there'd be no pregnancy. So on their theory, you could have come in and said, well, I have an as-applied claim that I was infertile, so it was okay to rape the underage girl. And this court not only rejected that, the court said it would be ludicrous to say that you could bring an as-applied claim for prepubescent girls. That's just not the way as-applied scrutiny works in intermediate scrutiny cases. That's equally true, as my friend said, in Wynn. In the court's decision in Wynn, the justification for the law was making sure that the parent knew that they were the parent and had an opportunity to have a relationship with the parent. But when Wynn's father knew about the birth, was present with Wynn the whole time and brought Wynn to the United States, nevertheless, the court held for the class of men overall, it was reasonably tailored, and they weren't going to focus on the specific facts of Wynn.
You started, Mr. Mupon, by saying that you did think that there were as applied equal protection challenges and giving an example of, well, if it had also applied to the chess team or something. But that doesn't seem like an as applied challenge to me. That seems as though there's just a provision of the law that's facially invalid, right? So let's put those kinds of cases aside where you can split the law up and say this part is facially invalid, this part isn't, and focus instead on like real as applied challenges. Your classification is basically okay, let's posit, because there's a substantial relationship to your goal. Is there ever a time where a person can come in either on behalf of herself or on behalf of a subclass and say, notwithstanding that there is no valid facial challenge here, there is an as-applied challenge, this subclass has to be exempted?
So I don't think this court's cases have ever squarely addressed that. I think if it could be brought, it would have to be a very substantial percentage. So to give you a stylized hypothetical, if you had a law that regulated on the basis of sex, and you could imagine 3 subgroups of males, for subgroup 1 and subgroup 2, each of whom are a third of men, it was reasonably tailored. But for subgroup 3, which was a third of men, it wasn't. Maybe in a circumstance like that, the third subgroup would come in and say, for a third of the applications of this law, it's not reasonably tailored. That's not enough of a substantial fit, at least for us, even if you're going to uphold the law for the other 2/3.
But why does it have to be that many people? Why? I don't understand why that subclass can't make this showing and get the remedy as to them.
Because if it's one person, you're basically converting the law into strict scrutiny.
But you're not. You're not. I mean, because what you're doing is you're allowing that individual to get the remedy that we've said in cases like CASA is the only thing that's available, that you can't have this flow to everybody. It's just about this individual and whether or not he's been unconstitutionally treated.
So again, because if the law is reasonably tailored for 99.99999% of people, and you come up with a point fraction of percent and say that that person has a viable claim, that's more than you would ever require under strict scrutiny. I don't know if any.
No, but I mean, well, what's the result of that? If you're making a facial challenge, I understand that you're saying that if the law has such a broad sweep of constitutionality, then we're not going to strike this thing down just because we can identify one person for whom it doesn't apply. But if you are that one person and you can show that this is unconstitutional as applied to you, I guess I don't understand why it matters that it's constitutional as applied to 99.9% of the other people.
Well, because I think you're begging the question when you say it's unconstitutional applied to you. Laws that classify on the basis of sex only need to be reasonably related. And so if it's reasonably related because it's tailored for 99% of people, then it is constitutional even applied to you.
Even as applied to you. So you are saying there is no such thing as an as applied intermediate scrutiny challenge.
Again, if there was one where it was a third of the people, I can maybe understand a claim that the third of people, it's not reasonably related for them, even though it is for 2/3 of the people. I'm just saying that when the numbers get as small as they are here, that.
Yeah, well, see, that's a dangerous argument to accept. Okay, because how small a number should you consider? I'm sorry, what is the cutoff for, a small number? Is it 1%? Is it 2%? In the case of Black Americans, is it less than 15%? That's a slippery slope. And I can understand why she's not going to let that go.
A small number for what?
Okay, well, he's basically they're talking about constitutionality. And he's saying that if some law is constitutional because of exceptions or just whatever the reason, it's constitutional for 99%. but that 1% that's an exception, it's not constitutional for them. This guy, Hashim Mupan, is basically saying, well, hey, if only 1% is affected, or if it's only unconstitutional for 1%, who cares? The overwhelming majority. But the problem is, what is a small number? In this case, it's 1%. But where is the cutoff for what we define as a small number? And I'm thinking of demographics. What if someone says, well, hey, if it is constitutional for 88% of Americans, who cares about that 12% of Black Americans? That's a dangerous concept there. What's too small to ignore the unconstitutionality? No. She's right to challenge that.
Claims not viable, and we know that from this court's cases. Again, Michael M., every infertile man.
No, I understand, but we didn't do that same kind of quantitative analysis in Caban, right? We didn't ask the husband in Caban to figure out where he stood relative to all husbands who were to whom this was applied.
Right. So let me talk about both Caban and Lair. So Caban is not an as-applied challenge. Caban did not say that there was some set of people for whom that law was valid. The differential treatment
itself. Lair said that about Caban.
So what Lair held was the father and Lair had abandoned the child. And what Lair essentially said is, if the mother had abandoned the child, the mother wouldn't get a veto.
Can I read to you what Lair said about Caban? Discussing Caban, Lair explained, quote, "We have held that these statutes may not constitutionally be applied in that class of cases where the mother and father are in fact similarly situated with regard to their relationship to the child." So Lair is interpreting Caban as an as-applied challenge, isolating a subset of people where there's not actual similarly situated circumstances. And Lair is different. It is a facial challenge. It is in opposition. No?
What that sentence in Lair, the facts of Lair, there was no differential treatment. The father and Lair had abandoned the child, and the court basically rejected his claim because if a mother had abandoned the child, the mother also wouldn't get a veto. So Lair's a case where the plaintiff lost because there was no differential treatment at all. Caban is a case where the plaintiff won because the classification couldn't be justified. The only way those cases would support their position is if either Caban or Lair had said there is some set of cases where the woman gets a veto, but the father doesn't, and that's fine. And neither Caban nor Lair said that. This court has never said in those line of cases that the mother can get a veto, but the father doesn't, and that's perfectly okay. So that's what they're arguing, and neither of those cases support it. You'd also asked about VMI, so if I could just briefly address why VMI doesn't support them either. In VMI, the point was, yes, lots of women wouldn't want to go to VMI, but also lots of men wouldn't want to go to VMI. As to the set of people who were actually burdened by the exclusion, all of the women, the law was not fairly tailored. The argument that Virginia was making VMI was essentially equivalent to the following. If MIT said, most women and frankly, most men can't meet our math and science standards, so we're just not gonna allow women to come to MIT at all. Of course.
Queen Sunkissed, what isn't unconstitutional?
They're not allowing trans men in women's sports.
Well, I mean, I think the only reason this is making it this far is there's some equal protection issue with the law. Basically, they're saying, hey, according to the law, trans women and cis women are women. They both use the word women. That's essentially the way I'm reading this. So, banning them might be unconstitutional. It's really going to come down to it's really going to come down to how the ban is written. I think you could ban transgender trans girls from girls sports, but it would depend on how the law is written, which is what they talked about. They're writing girl is literally an identity. It's not a biological. So even when you say girls sports, that's not talking about biology. There's a real weakness in these sorts of issues because we tend to want to talk about identity and gender roles. We don't really get into biology when we talk about, say, kids. So it's boys sports, girls sports. Well, boys and girls are not biological terms. They're how you identify. And if a boy identifies as a girl, are you discriminating? If he says he's a girl, and then he's got like drugs that basically make him a girl, you're discriminating is the argument. You're discriminating. He says he's a girl is an identity, he's identifying as a girl. Why are you discriminating?
Well, can't that argument be turned around? Isn't the girl getting discriminated against because she's having to compete against something that is not her?
Okay, but that's a biological argument. It's not an identity argument.
So
and the laws are not written for biology, they're written for identity.
And
that's really what it boils down to. The law, it's a weakness in how the laws are written, and who knew
the Constitution.
They were written.
The Constitution was written on identity and not biology.
No, the Constitution was written when the Constitution wasn't thinking about trans.
Right. So
back then, the two, were pretty much biology.
Right. So how can they change it now?
Sorry, words are words. All that originalism stuff.
But I don't know gender to apply.
Okay, well, the Constitution doesn't talk about girl or anything like that, but it does talk about equal protection. Some of these laws are written for men and women, not necessarily males and females. And when you talk about girls' sports or women's sports, that's not the same. Woman is not female. It would be real clear if you said, hey, this is the NCAA female basketball team. It would be a lot easier to write laws to bar biological males. But the laws aren't written like that. The laws are written based on identity, and you will get somebody out of left field who's a biological male who identifies as female. And if the argument is, hey, there are physical differences, well, that's a biological argument. It's not an identity argument, and the laws are written for identity. And there's probably a way to sort it out. It's not like I'm a lawyer, but some of this stuff is just, a lot of logic problems. And, that's what they're trying to do right here. He's saying, well, he's wanting to take a shortcut and say, hey, if the law applies to 99%, it's constitutional for 99%, well, that 1%, we may just have to tell them to eat it. And the problem is what is the definition of a small number? You can't just arbitrarily say, well, small numbers begin at 4. Anything less than 4 is a small number. Anything greater than 4 isn't a small number. That's just arbitrary. You could do all kinds of stuff with actually defining what a small number is. What's up, SKC?
Oh, what's going on, man? I was just listening to this your argument. It's an argument.
Well, counter it. You didn't come up here just to congratulate me on my argument, did you?
Is this Sunkiss?
Yeah, it's me.
What's going on?
Nothing much. How are you? Happy New Year.
Well, happy New Year to you as well. I wonder, Sunkiss, if like 3 or 4 years from now, if we went into academia and we changed the definition of child.
Oh Lord.
If that would affect child support. Because some people
we have defined child.
Because
it's
some people
18 it's younger than 18.
Because some people say that their pets are their child.
Right. Well, that's silliness.
As
far as the definition of what a child is for child support purposes, if you are younger than 18, then you are a child, and child support is what you will pay.
But that's what it is for now. I mean, back in the day, sex and girl and boy were understood as biological designations. Right. But right. I mean, if people are stating now that those words don't mean what they originally meant,
the problem. You know the reason for all the confusion. It's the lawyers and dictionaries.
Yeah, I don't think it's
the lawyers who wanted. I think the originalists really shot themselves in the foot, to be honest.
I don't think so at all. I think the originalists are perfect in this one. It's almost with the whole thing with something, Sunkiss. A beautiful thing happened some time ago. People wanted to subvert what words mean and all of that stuff. Do you know what cis actually came from?
I have no idea, and I know I can't
like way back in the day. There used to be correspondence between the British and the U.S. and they would write to each other and they would say, "Oh, you're over there at the transatlantic." And they would say, "Oh yeah, you're over there at the cisatlantic." It was actually, had to do with geography, And then people wanted to.
Let me get you one better. In chemistry and physics,
in chemistry, yes.
There is a cis and there is a trans, and it
Correct.
means whether the twist in a molecule is twisting right or left.
Correct.
So again. These things, words can have several meanings, especially in English.
Right.
So sometimes defining a word can be tough.
I always thought
you said in chemistry, right or left. It was just one or the other. That was it. Like almost like in biology.
Well, yeah, you're
how
right.
There's either one or the other.
And it's not as simple as left or right. It's actually more complicated than that.
But I thought that
how certain molecules get folded, and it's not left or right doesn't always define it even.
So my question would be, when did gender start applying to people? Because I thought gender only applied to language.
When people in the
what? You mean like Latin?
When people in academia start playing around with different words, and they had all these weird ideas after like all the hippie era.
You mean certain languages they have masculine and feminine.
Latin, male,
words.
Female, and neuter, neutral. Damn it!
Right, I thought it applied to language. So when did we get to start assigning gender to?
Well, no.
people?
It's always been this way. There are certain, like in Latin, you can have the same word with a different ending based on whether you're talking about a male or a female. So words, it wasn't just language. A lot of times, I can't think of a word right now,
But
but
isn't that biology? That's biology.
Yeah,
no,
that's
it's
how it always
identity.
was understood as well.
No,
So it would
it's
be
not.
male or
No,
female.
no,
Whether
no. It's not biology when you're talking language. Like the ending on a word, that's identity. It's not biology.
Yeah, it was tied
what
to biology.
the
No,
definition
it
says
wasn't.
male sex or female sex for the definition of
Okay,
gender.
well, male and female are biology. So sex, male and female, is talking about sex / biology. Man and woman are talking identity, which is more, you can identify as a male. Shit, you could be a male and dress up as a female, and the word to apply to you would have a feminine ending.
Based on biology.
No, based on identity. Femininity, the word, that's identity. Feminine is identity. It's not biology.
Which is tied to biology.
Right.
Well, I mean, yeah, you could say it's okay. Well, you could say it's correlated, but it's
I
not
mean, you can't get
necessarily
around the
causal.
biological principle of the thing.
And what Son is saying
You can
basically
easily get around the biological principle.
well, basically what Son is saying is that you know how a little bit earlier when you were saying when you go down and you break it down to the molecule, to the atomic level, when you go
Right.
back, with everything that we're talking about, it's all tied to biology.
Well, like I said, it can be correlated, but being correlated to biology does not make it biological. It's just correlated. There can be exceptions, is the point.
It would not have any foundation without biology.
I don't disagree with that, but it's not locked. It's not causal. It's correlated. And that's exactly what Ketanji Brown Jackson is talking about, with the, what's constitutional and what's not. That 1% where whatever the law is, it would be unconstitutional when applied. That's fine. But, then we get into what is a small number. Because, I mean, when you're talking people, that one person, that 1%, that when they're told that, hey, for 99% it works, just because it doesn't work for you, you're just going to have to eat it. That's a problem. It would work with robots. It doesn't work so well with people.
Yeah.
So what's the go ahead.
No, and I agree to a certain extent if people wanted to go ahead and play this game of taking it to the courts and doing all of that and so forth. To me, I think that it's really dumb because the people within the realm of sports, all they have to do is just say, oh, okay, yeah, we're changing the sport. The sport is for it's a biological sport. This is a biological sport for biological males, but this is a biological sport for biological females. We play biological basketball. We play biological tennis. We play biological football. That's
It would definitely clear up some things. But the problem is when you do that, there's going to have to be a whole lot of laws rewritten. It's going to be, there will be
what kind of laws? Like for what?
There will
Give
be
me example.
implications. Well, I mean, just civil rights laws.
Civil rights laws are based upon what? A game?
Well, but then you've got all the Title IX stuff. I'm not even that familiar with it, but the male and female sports, there are laws that will have to be changed, is my point. Yep, you can go, hey, it's the biological high school football team, but then there's federal money. I don't even know.
But I would ask, what's the constitutional definition of identity?
Well, you're not
okay. Well, there is no. The Constitution, you would have to basically go in there and interpret it. I don't think the word
Exactly.
identity is even used.
I don't even.
So I mean, if it's all,
I don't even.
I mean,
think
the
any
only thing
laws
I can
have to be
think of,
changed because in Title IX, the only thing that's used is sex.
Right. All of
okay,
this is
well,
based on biology. Like trying to
Like,
make it about how people feel is
mhm.
insane.
So
okay,
that's what we were
nobody's
saying.
making it. Nobody's making it about how people feel. It's identity, and sometimes identity can be important.
Yeah, that's all you have to do is just say, yeah, this isn't an identity sport; it's a biological sport.
Like I said, I think we should just make everybody give a drop of blood.
Yeah, I
we'll
think. I think.
we'll get down to the root of it.
Yeah, I think that would fix even the whole Boy Scout thing. It's like, oh no, this is a biological club.
Yeah, I didn't agree with that either. Girls don't have no business in the Boy Scouts.
That's all you have to do.
Khan says it wasn't until the 60s and 70s when researchers separated the terms sex and gender, sex defining biological traits, and gender defining social cultural roles.
But
Okay,
that don't
and
even display in the definition of gender. It is still based on sex.
You can't have one without the other.
I beg to differ with that. You also realize that if you go back to some of the Romance languages, there's also a third neuter or neutral. I can't remember what the word is now. So it's not just male and female. There are also neutral, basically no sex.
Well, that means
So
just add another category.
it's not as simple. It's not as simple as all that. But
well, wouldn't it
my
be a
point,
co-ed category?
That's why I'm saying that. I think.
well, I mean, they have co-ed sports now.
Right. So why is this sitting in the Supreme Court? Because this is nonsensical and a waste of time.
Well, because Idaho passed a law saying no transgender, banning trans girls from girls sports. And
right.
the argument is that there's an equal protection, like you're discriminating against one type of woman. They're arguing that a trans woman is a woman.
So we got types of women now.
Yeah.
Well, cis and trans.
And I even think that there's even a spectrum because you got like the furry people and stuff. They identify as animals and stuff. So I think unless you just change the sport and say that it's a biological sport, this is a biological function, you're gonna run into these problems all the time. So it's like just play the word game and then you're done.
John says the whole argument is crazy. Well, to people who like words, I kind of find it exhilarating.
I don't know. I think that this is a waste of taxpayer money.
I do too.
I think it is I think it is the sort of thing that you want your kids to listen to, and if they're confused, you make them read books.
You know what this reminds me of, son? You ever been around your children and they play that game when they're really small, to see how close they can get before touching it, and they're like, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. It seems like a grown-up version of that, No, it's gender. It's like, dude, we all know what everybody was talking about. We were talking about sex. Get on your side of the field. You don't belong in this. That's all it seems like. And people are wasting a bunch of money playing this that little childish game.
It's a whole Supreme Court case based on semantics.
Yeah, based upon
semantics. The Constitution is all about semantics. They were vague on a lot of things.
Well, I mean,
they
just
were
for vague on sex,
like
and gender.
They talk about 3/4 for representation of a person for representation. but they don't mention the word slave. You know, if some alien dropped down and read the Constitution, they'd go, "What slave? Y'all never had slavery. It's not mentioned in the Constitution." And Khan says, how about equal protection as it pertains to the physical danger that the physiologically weaker sex is subjected to? That's not like 100%. There are plenty of women who are stronger than men. It's not there. There are enough exceptions, I guess, to take it to the Supreme Court as far as the physical danger. As a matter of fact, that's what Hashim and Ketanji Brown Jackson are arguing about. You know, the 99% and the 1%. You know, the Constitution not protecting that 1% can be a big deal when you know, what's a small number? 1%, 14%. There's some problems. You know, there's some slopes that are slippery when you start defining what a small number is.
Well, my daughter want to present you her argument. Can she do that?
Yeah.
Here.
Hello.
Hey there.
So I would like to say that I don't think it would be biologically fair for a trans woman to be playing sports, mostly because a man and a woman have different biological attributes.
Well, I like the term biologically fair. I could think of a whole lot of things that aren't biologically fair.
Yeah.
In life.
So if a trans woman were to play sports with females, it probably wouldn't be biologically fair, and it's not constitutional, no. I just looked through it.
Well, I don't think the Constitution talks about trans women.
No. Mostly because
So-
it was made back then, so
Especially because it was made back then.
Yes.
We have made life complicated.
Well, then shouldn't there be an amendment added to the Constitution if we finna do all this foolishness?
If you can get 3/4 of the states to support it, there sure can.
And they're not. So why is the Supreme Court entertaining this nonsense?
So I have a question then. I have a question. If trans women are women and trans men are men, why do they use the word trans?
Say that again?
If they are stating that they are equal to men and women, then why do they use the word trans?
I mean, it depends on what equal means. What specifically are they equal
Well,
in?
they're saying that they want to be treated equal. That's the whole point of taking this to the Supreme Court. So then
Well,
why
yeah,
do you
but I
even
mean-
use the term trans?
Okay, I'm not sure what you're getting at.
The
Help me out
very
here.
idea of even having to have to put a precursor before the term shows that there is something different about them than biological designations.
You think in the eyes of God there's a difference?
Say what?
Well, I mean, you know, equal under the law, equal in the eyes of God. Are men and women equal in the eyes of God?
As far as being creations, yes.
Where
But
does-
we are
Well, no, I
biologically
mean,
different.
as
God
far
come
as
into the
well, no, I just brought it in because I'm curious to see. I mean, I would think we are like equal under the law. There are biological differences, say, between men and women, but they're equal under the law. You know, if a man commits a murder or a woman commits a murder, you know, they're both going to be punished similarly.
So then
So there's
why
some
the
things,
designation of trans?
there's some things where sex doesn't matter in equal under the law, at least like most laws that I can think of off the top of my head, like crime law.
Which goes back to the very question of then why use the term trans?
I don't see why. I don't get your point here.
Okay. On paper, these people are arguing over a case. In that case, they explicitly use the term trans. Why?
Well,
If they
that's to
believe
make
that
it.
if they believe that they are men and women, then why do they need to put a
Oh,
precursor before
okay.
their
Well,
term?
two things I have to say to that. Obviously, the lifestyle and how they think better than I do. That could be where the mix up is. I have no clue what they think. So you sound like you're an expert. You go ahead and tell us.
No, I'm just stating that by the very use of a precursor before the term, you are admitting that you are different.
Well, I think different and equal. You can be different, but still be equal.
Well, I mean, when Adam and Eve ate the apple, they didn't get the same punishment.
You can
Okay,
feel
but we're
you can
not
want to
talking about that. We're literally talking the law. Okay, and I literally just said if a man commits a crime and a woman commits the same crime, the law is not going to care whether they're a man or a woman. The punishment should be about the same.
But this
So
this
that
isn't
is
about any
that
punishment.
is that is two different people, two different sexes, two different biologies being treated equal under the law. So the Supreme Court, the Constitution, that's all law.
Right.
The
So
law doesn't necessarily care. Sometimes it does, sometimes it's necessary, but there's certain types of laws where it doesn't matter whether you're a man or a woman. So using trans, I assume they use trans the same reason we say cis woman.
Well, I
To
don't
make
say
the
cis woman.
we don't say that. They do.
Okay, well,
I don't say that.
they do. Well, we're not they, but they're equally human, right?
Yeah, and so as a person that
We are different. We are different, but they're the same species.
So why can't they just play co-ed sports?
And so is a person that's
You
in
would
an
have
insane
to. You
asylum,
would
but I
have
don't
to
take them
ask
seriously.
them. I don't know.
We're no different from people that's in an insane asylum, but we just don't do the same things.
Right.
We don't engage with them.
So they not being discriminated against because nobody said you can't play sports, period. You don't fit into this category of sport.
Right. You want to play by different rules.
Okay, so a sport is a sport is a sport. Is that what you're
Yes.
saying?
Yes.
Well, I wish I
knew-
lived in your world where everything's that simple.
Well, sometimes things are really just that simple until
And look
academics
at
try to make
Kimmy.
it
Kimmy.
difficult.
I'm just kind of chuckling. I don't think it's that simple. But Kimmy says they have dicks. They are men. Well, what if they get them cut? What if they get them cut off?
Then they're castrated men. They're castrated men.
So then you got to create a category for units.
No. We got to go back. We got to go by Kimmy's definition.
That's what we're going by.
If you don't have one, then you're a woman, right, Kim?
No, that's not what she's stating. She's stating what they have, and that makes them men. If that gets cut off, then they're castrated men. That's all that means.
But if they don't have them, then they're women.
They're
still
castrated men.
Because you can't change your biology.
That's just like saying
Well,
somebody.
that's why I'm saying go to chromosomes. Don't go to body parts.
So basically, it's an argument.
The chromosomes make the body parts.
Right.
Well, yeah.
So they can't change their biology, and it's all really based on biology at the end of the day. No matter how they try to turn it and twist it to say no, it's identity. It's still based on biology.
What is it with these people? Just I'm gonna have to call Khan a far right freakazoid. The extreme minority issue was co-opted by the liberal establishment for their own political benefit.
That's it.
I don't even get what that means.
I
It's
get
not
what it
like,
means.
okay, well, you and he are of the same ilk.
I wouldn't say
So,
that. I understand different points of view.
oh, I understand his point of view. That's why I discount it.
I mean, I think it's a very small issue as well. I don't think that many people are this
Well, but
concerned
it's
about
always there are people who said, hey, being black in America is a very small issue. And look how that turned out.
I mean, but that's a different issue. But this can stay at the local level, the state level, and it's probably still not going to go anywhere because most people are not going to subscribe to men playing in women's sports or males playing in female sport.
If I had it my way, I would let them play though.
I wouldn't play.
Well, if I had it my way, I would just be like, hey, they need better parents, to be honest. Those parents should be telling the kids that you can't have everything. Choose one. If you want to play sports, then you're going to have to play to your biology. If you want to choose your gender over sports, then you've made your choice. You're not playing, the sport. You might identify with the girls, but if you're not a girl, you're just not going to be able to play the sport. And I would never let it get to the point to where, it leaves the house. Choose one. I actually want to take it back. Well, I don't know about any of that. I think it's very liberal.
That's limiting, Stanley.
Life is limiting.
You should let them play. You know what? Okay, son, hear me out. Hear me out.
Well, the parents are going to be liable for the lawsuit for the medical bill.
But it's a sport. It's a sport. It's a sport.
Sometimes parents have to put their foot down.
Hear me out, son. You let them play, and then you also, in the realm of sports, all goes. You can use as much drugs and dope and enhancers and and any kind of changes. The Elon stuff that's coming up with putting AI technology in the body, let it all go, and then that makes sports betting fair because you never know what's going to happen at that point.
Oh my Lord!
Yeah, that's crazy.
Now we're talking about sports betting.
Yeah, because it makes it fair. You don't know who is on what, how they're gonna feel the next day or this day, what chip they got.
You don't know who's on first.
Yeah, I mean,
you don't know anything.
In the name of capitalism, that sounds like a great idea.
See,
it's all about the money.
There's no way that you will be able to call because they'll be like, man, she playing today, man, and she is on that stuff. And she got that new chip enhancer. Holy crap.
I was going to say to Khan earlier, he was saying that the terminology, trans male and trans female, they're using that term now. To me, that's some sort of non sequitur, isn't it? You can't change your maleness. If you're a biological male, that doesn't change.
No, I think that they can change it. We're getting into the realm of where they'll be able to change DNA.
What?
I don't think you're going to be able to edit it out.
Yeah, edit CRISPR.
This is crazy.
And I think that
I don't think you're going to be able to, how some truant kids might try and change that F to an A. How are you going to try and change that Y to an X?
See, we should change all this sports, son. Change it all to where it's basically a huge human experiment that's going on.
I mean, that's what they're trying to do.
And it'll push science forward and ahead at great leaps and bounds.
I was gonna say, do they have high school co-ed flag football? I guess I
No,
could Google
usually they
that.
play contact in high school.
Well, no. I know my niece, her high school had a girls flag football team. Like they went to state. It's like a big flag football for girls is a big thing. As a matter of fact, she got like a partial college scholarship to play flag football. Some small college in
Oh,
Alabama
okay.
had their first. I think it's an NCAA sport now. But the reason I
Oh, that's
asked is
cool.
I was just curious to know if high school teams have like co-ed flag football. But when I say co-ed flag football, it's not like intramural. It's actually like, a whole state, competition, there's state championships and stuff.
I don't think
Does
they have
anybody
events.
out there know that? I
I
mean,
think they have
that would be
events.
that would be the sport you could just have everybody play.
They have events like that, but I don't think they have a whole like
Yeah, I doubt that.
organization for that.
But if you throw some trans in there, I think that you could do it.
I don't
But
agree with that, Con. I don't think I see where you could say, being a male could be an identity, but that identity is called being a man.
And I think that they should
I
open up
don't agree.
identity.
I'm not so sure that I agree that male has a dual use. I guess you could make that rhetorical argument, but I don't know that I agree with that.
So
It's
Stanley,
just
do you think that
well, I have had plenty of biology in my college career. I was actually pre-med for a while. So I've had plenty of biology, I've had
we
plenty of
get
chemistry,
pre-made.
which is why I wound up majoring in chemistry. I don't need
Stanley,
to ask a biologist.
are you closed off to the idea that identity can only be male and female?
I think you can identify as anything. I think you can identify
Right.
as a horse, but that doesn't mean
Correct.
you're a biological horse.
But no, see, you're not thinking this out correctly. You're not thinking this out correctly because
Well,
I think
instruct me there.
I think if a person wants to identify as a horse, that they should be able to compete in the Kentucky Derby.
I thought you were going to say something like they should have a lifetime supply of hydrochloroquine.
If that's what they identify as.
You can take all the horse drugs you want.
If that was what they identify as.
They can compete in the Kentucky Derby, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I'm a liberal with limits.
What are you talking about? We had didn't we have some senators and stuff that used to put on the dog mask and different things?
Say that again?
Didn't we have like some people that were in the Biden administration that had like their faces in the dog mask and stuff?
I have no clue.
Yeah, I mean,
You're saying
that's what they enjoyed. That's what they identify as. Why are we to stop them?
Okay, that's a story I'm not aware of. You're saying that somebody was transhuman? What do you call? They were like a manimal. You remember that? Wasn't there a TV show, Manimal? You remember there was a TV show called Manimal. Let me Google that right. Yeah, it was a television series. I remember it. He could like change his shape. He could be like animals. You should be old enough to remember this. Manimal is an American superhero television series, of course, created by Glenn A. Larson. So this guy could like change. He could change into like leopards and Yeah, he a shape-shifting man who can turn himself into any animal he chooses. He uses this ability to help the police solve crimes.
There you go. I put it
All
in the
right.
back chat for you, so you don't think that
Okay.
I'm playing with you. If this is what the people want and this is what they identify as, who are we to stop them?
Well, I guess we're not.
So that's what I mean. You got to open it up. If we're gonna do identity
I
game,
just feel like we wouldn't do that well in a World War III. That's all.
well, hey, that's your opinion. You don't have facts to break to.
Okay, but what's up with this? This guy, he identified as a dog?
Hey, that's his identity. Who are we to stop him?
Dogs of war. That's pretty funny.
So that's what I'm saying is you can't, with the whole identity thing, you have to open it up.
All right. Well,
I think we should have people. He should be if he wants to be in a dog park with somebody walking him, he should be able to.
But these are two different. These are two different people.
Yeah, it's multiple people that feel
means
like
that
him.
he should be able to
really?
stay
Okay. Yeah.
in a kennel.
One's like a pilot, and the other's a doctor or some sort of medical person.
So that means if he wanted to stay in a kennel rather than go to a hotel, they would be discriminating against him to not allow him in the kennel.
Exactly.
Well, you're probably right.
And you know what this brings up that we got to go back to square one with, son? We got to take bestiality off of the law books.
Oh, wow.
Because that's denying him love.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, Khan says you realize that many trans people want their physicians to treat them as they would female patients. Any doctor who agrees with that ought to basically lose their medical license.
But they don't agree with that, and that causes a lot of problems.
I'm
that
sure
may
there
cause
are
some psychological harm, Stanley, if you don't.
Oh well.
Yeah, it causes a lot of problems before, because I just stopped.
Where's your bedside manner, Stanley?
I moved over to social services and got out of healthcare because of that nonsense.
Tell them it's over at the hospice.
Some of them would argue with the medical staff because they would identify them by their biology rather than their chosen identity, and they would get upset and act a fool. But for some things, you cannot treat a male the same way you would treat a female because biologically it would harm them. And
right, but I mean, identity isn't biology, remember? So I mean, you can treat a biological male as a male,
but
and still
can you think about how that's gonna do to the practitioner? You're steady telling me you one thing. I know I need to treat you for something else.
Yeah, well,
the paperwork is saying that's confusing.
I would not be their practitioner.
Right. I wouldn't be their practitioner.
You know what? I got 50 patients. I don't have time for this. I wonder if there's a specialty like trans medicine. I wonder if there's like a specialty, like someone who just deals with trans patients. They're geriatric. They're gerontologists that deal with old people. They're pediatricians that deal with young people. I wonder if there's a specialty that deals just with trans issues.
I think it's doctors that are pride friendly. I don't think it's its own specialty yet. Maybe in the future.
I'm not wondering that hard, to be honest. So I don't know. We're at 4 hours here. Actually, almost 5 hours and 7 o'clock. Hey, Savage, are you still in the chat? Let's see if he's still there, because I know he has a show coming up. Yeah, you're still there. Are you? You've got a show at 9, is it? By the way, everybody who's got a show, content creators can always feel free just to drop their show links and stuff. Savage, you have a show. Drop the link in the chat if you want for the show tonight. I may even come up there. By the way, I made sourdough bread again today. It wasn't a colossal failure, but it didn't rise like I wanted it to. So I guess I'll be making another test loaf tomorrow, or maybe I'll wait a few days because I got a whole like sourdough loaf. As a matter of fact, I have a picture of it, I think. Hold on
So
one
how'd
sec
you get
here.
the starter?
Oh, I made it. I did. I didn't buy it. I just went ahead and right before Christmas, I did the 7-day thing, where you feed the yeast flour for 7 days.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been working with that starter. I got a whole jar of discard in my refrigerator that I think I'm going to make sourdough pizza with the discard.
Oh, that sounds
But
good.
yeah, I've made my own starter. It's not that hard. It just takes time. Let's see here.
He said that ended on the sour note. That's hilarious.
Say that again.
Pun.
That
He
ended
said
on a sour.
that ended on a sour note.
Yeah, he's a real comedian. Hold on one sec. Let me see. I got the picture on my phone, but I need to figure out how to get it to my computer. Not that it's anything, but it wasn't a total disaster. So, I will take my victories where I can get them. But I think I know what I did. Sourdough is real different because it's not the yeast that does the rising, but you gotta basically build the structure in the bread because the yeast is not as potent or strong as commercial yeast. Commercial yeast will just punch that bread up. The my yeast isn't powerful, and I think I probably it's kind of funny because if you let the yeast go too long, it'll get to its full height and then it starts dying off if you don't feed it again. And I think I caught my yeast on the down cycle. At least that's what I'm theorizing. Let's see, share it. I'm going to send it here. There we go. Olive loaf. Olive loaf is meat, right? It's like I used to have it pimento loaf, olive loaf. Basically, it's like a kind of like a sausage. Like bologna's a sausage. It's like a sausage with olives and other spices embedded in it. I used to eat it as a kid, like, my mother would send it for lunch, pack lunches with it. I think that was olive loaf, but she also used to do pimento loaf, which I've never particularly cared for. Let's see here. How do I get it up to my browser?
I heard that sourdough needs more patience and time than commercial yeast.
Well, the whole reason I started making it is it was a request from my father.
Mm-hmm.
He has decided that he wants sprouted whole wheat sourdough. And
wow.
asked me, he doesn't ask me for much. So I attempted to make a couple loaves. And I've been making bread for years, but sourdough is kind of like a different animal. and it's
Yeah.
been more difficult than I thought.
Yeah, I've
So
never
you see
tried.
that?
When they was like,
So
oh
that's
yeah,
what I
it'll
made.
rise.
But the problem, yeah, it should have been more domed. I think one of the problems I did is I cut the way I cut the way I scored it. I probably went a little too deep and too long. I should have either scored it around the side or just done a small X in the center. I'm guessing you see that big ridge there in the
Hmm.
middle. If I'd kept that tighter, it might have been forced up. But I'll make another loaf. Now, see, the problem is this is bread flour, not whole wheat. Whole wheat flour is way harder to work with. So I've been practicing on bread flour. Um, and then once I get the
Oh,
bread flour kind of down, then I'll start because that sprouted whole wheat's like fucking it's like $15. It's like
okay.
15 bucks for a 5 pound bag. And it gets more expensive. It was the cheapest one I could find. But
Goodness.
going and spending 15 bucks, that's basically what, $3 a pound. Um, that's pretty expensive for flour. When you can get a 10-pound bag of Walmart flour for $5.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is hardy. You take a bread knife to it, you gotta pretty much saw it. But it'll I'll put
Okay,
it
I
to you
can't
this
say
way.
nothing. I've never
It's
attempted
better.
sourdough.
Yeah, it's not for the faint of heart. I'll put it to you
They
that way.
started talking about
Especially
you
if
need a mother, and you need a mother for some bread. Oh no, I'm good.
well, like yeah, it does have density. It's probably, let me put it to you this way. This one actually rose better than the last one I did. Um
Oh,
but I know I heated my Dutch oven without the top, and that was a mistake. I was watching some video, and the lady who did the video said you don't really need the top um, when you're preheating the Dutch oven and the actual oven. You can put the top on once you put the bread in, and that's definitely not the case because that top provides heat from the top down, and it didn't brown like it should have. So I think there's the thing with this sourdough bread is these are technical issues. You can't blame the yeast, which it might be the yeast. Maybe I didn't catch it at its peak, but there, that ridge in the center there, I scored it too deep and too long. And I think if I hadn't put if I hadn't scored it so deep, the bread might have been forced to go up instead of out. But it's edible. I'll slice it up and I could put cheese or some spread on it. You got to slice it pretty thin though, because it is damn chewy. But sourdough bread, like homemade sourdough bread, is gonna be a bit chewy. As a matter of fact, probably the best thing to do is cut the crust off because that crust is damn sure chewy. But my quest will continue. I'll get it right one of these days.
Well, you said it was better than it was last time, so that means you're improving.
Oh yeah, it's definitely better.
Did you overmix it?
There. No.
Okay.
That's the thing. That's the thing about it. As a matter of fact, you manipulate this bread way more than you do. Like I made hot dog buns. I just let it do one rise and then formed it into buns, let it rise and threw it in the oven. The sourdough process, it'll take you 24 to 48 hours to make a loaf of bread because of all the wait time, and then you've got to do 3 rounds of stretch and folds. Let me find a video right quick. I don't know. We might just be done with the Supreme Court. I still want to hear the other side's argument, but I don't think we'll get to it today. I think I'll just start the show with it tomorrow. Where is my YouTube? I have a whole bunch of cooking videos here. All right, let's do this. Let's see, we'll stop that screen and we will do this. Hold on one sec here. The bread code. Like some of these videos are like 35 minutes long. Here, this is a short one called Anyone Can Make Sourdough.
Anyone can make sourdough bread, and I'm going to prove it to you.
Now, I don't know with all this music. Let me see, can I skip?
You know that sourdough bread is not a kind of bread. It's the way that all of the bread made in the past. So what in the world
me too,
bread
Con.
can be difficult to make, right? But why sourdough bread? I mean, what's wrong with normal bread? What makes people to love sourdough bread? First thing first, is way tastier than normal bread. Let me explain to you. Even though you are an athlete, you need carb in your diet.
Well, let me also say this in sourdough's favor. It's actually healthy, especially for your gut biome, because it's fermented bread, basically. So one of the things that my father, was into is the sprouted wheat. Like it's the whole wheat has like all these nutrients that get stripped away when you just use processed flour. The germ and all that, the wheat germ and all that gets stripped away. Yeah. So I mean, with whole grain, you're getting the whole thing, and then you've got the bacteria and the yeast, which are good for the gut biome. So it's way more nutritious. Excuse me. If bread can be nutritious, yeah. Sourdough is definitely it. It's just so damn hard to make. But the thing is I stopped buying grocery store bread years ago. Because the only thing that's in that sourdough is water, yeast, salt, and bread flour. So there are no preservatives or any of that stuff in it. So that's just right off the bat good for you.
Right? What if I can tell you sourdough bread is not just healthier than normal bread due to its long fermentation, but it's also easier to digest, and it's gonna make you feel full for a couple of hours. Plus, I guarantee once you taste this beautiful bread, you never go back to normal bread. That's why I'm telling you, continue watching this video, like the video, and subscribe my channel so you don't miss my next videos. All right, let's get into this, shall we? First thing first, you need a super active starter for this recipe. You can buy it from the bakeries or order it online. Once you fall in love with making sourdough bread, I guarantee you will make it in the future. But making sourdough starter is also so simple. It's just flour and water. You mix it
don't
together,
believe that,
you let it
folks.
sit for 2 to 3 days, and after that you start feeding it
2 or 3
until
days.
it dries, and you have something that you can make bread with it. For that also I have recipe. I put the link somewhere here, you can check it out later. Into the bowl, add 200 milliliters of water. 6 gram or about 1 teaspoon of salt. I mean, this kind of teaspoon. Mix it
He said
and
this time.
and 300 gram bread strong flour. I saw many pro bakers share their recipe on YouTube and they mention about all-purpose flour. What they don't consider is most of the home bakers, they don't access to a good high protein all-purpose flour. So my piece of advice to you, especially if you are a beginner, is to choose the strongest bread flour that you can find.
By the way, I ought to go to King Arthur's, King Arthur flour, and ask for a sponsorship because that's pretty much all I use. Though the more boutique, like that sprouted, whole wheat sprouted, I don't even know that King Arthur makes it. But even King Arthur's all-purpose flour has a higher protein content than say a Walmart or even I think even a gold medal. It's got like 11% protein, which is high, and then the bread flour has like 13%. So flour actually does matter. I can tell you that just from my personal experience.
In your area.
Use your base tool, your hands. Wet it up and mix the ingredients together until there is no dry spot. With minimum effort, we don't want to knead it.
Now I'm gonna cover it and let it rest for 30 minutes. Was it difficult? 30 minutes later, we didn't do anything to this dough yet, but the gluten is a little bit stronger now. What they usually do is they wet up their hands, grab each side of the dough and fold it in. What I'm going to do is bring the dough on the surface so I have fully control on the dough, and with the help of the surface and with the help of my bench scraper, I'm gonna round it up and I'm gonna bring it together. You need to make the surface non-stick, right? So I'm gonna use a little spray of water. You can even rub the oil on your surface and make it non-stick. Up to you.
I just got a question.
And bring it on the surface.
Is he doing
Grab
this in
each
his
side.
living room?
He's
Is he
in
like
Europe or somewhere. I think he's either in Italy or France or somewhere. So, who knows what it is. But I will say this. I do not recommend spraying your cutting board or whatever your surface is with water. I know why, you can having flour, using flour sometimes can be a problem because you get too much flour into the especially with this sort of bread, that flour, it kind of gets not exactly incorporated, but the surface of the bread gets treated to high heat. And if you've ever seen like bakery bread, sometimes like sourdough bread, it'll have like powdered flour on it, which you may or may not brush off. I don't like a whole lot of flour on the surface that I gotta, just blow off. However, water, the times I've used water, it actually it winds up making a mess. I would rather just put down a light coating of flour and just deal with it. Water just does not work for me. On your hands, it works great. On the surface where you're going to be kneading and working the dough, I wasn't a big fan of that.
And fold it in the center, and like so. Now flip the dough. We are trying to create tension as much as we can. And while we are pulling the dough toward ourselves, with the help of the surface, we are pushing the dough
See all
inside
that
itself too. Like so,
see
we
all
are
that
trying to create a smooth surface.
see all that slimy stuff on top of the on top of that cutting board. I can't stand that. I'd just rather use the flour and keep it dry because it just becomes slimy.
surface on the dough. So later we are going to work on this surface. For example, when we want to score the dough, we score the dough from this smooth surface. With the help of the surface,
Yeah, I can't deal with that.
And magically, the dough comes together. And that's how the dough no more stick to your hands, right? Was it difficult? This is your best friend, especially if you are dealing with a high hydration dough. And you can transfer the dough into the bowl easily.
Yeah, they'll say for beginners, don't start with the high hydration. And I absolutely agree with that. As a matter of fact, I've been this bread that I made today, I used 500 grams of flour and just did 300 versus 350. So that's about a 60% hydration. I'm telling you right now, working with the lower hydration for a beginner like me, yeah, you don't, because the more water you use, the stickier it is. It just gets frustrating. But I do know eventually you learn to deal with it. And the reason I know this is when I started making bread about 10 years ago, I used to have to get my son to come into the kitchen and dump flour on my hands to deal with it, because that dough, the dough gets sticky. Now you just learn how to deal with it. So it's not a problem. And it's just something that only experience will teach you because everybody does it a little bit different. And as far as the pizza dough, yeah, I think people who don't make their own pizza dough but like pizza, I think ordering pizza at home should be a crime. It is just so damn easy to make pizza dough. You don't even, if you like thin crust pizza, you don't even have to let it rise. You just roll it out, and any rising it's going to do, it'll do in the oven. Um, you can make a pizza. Seriously, you can make a pizza if you got the tomato sauce and you got you'll have to cut up your own vegetables and stuff, dude. You can make a pizza for $5 easily. And who knows how many bags in a bag of flour, you probably get at least 10, let's see, 2,000 grams. You'll probably get 5 to 6 pizzas somewhere in there, depending on the size of the pizzas you're making. I usually make 14-inch.
That was it. Now I'm gonna let it rest for another hour and I'm gonna make a coffee for myself. Easy peasy, right? As you can see, the dough is smoother and more elastic. I'm gonna wet up the surface and make sure nothing gonna stick anywhere. I'm gonna bring my almost elastic dough. Lamination not just help to build more strength, but give you an evaluation of your dough, how the gluten has developed inside your dough. And if you want to add any filling to your bread, this is the right time. Like so, you make sure you have your filling on every single layer of the dough. Go ahead and fold the dough inside itself. Fold one side, then another side. Try to stretch a little bit while you are folding it. We are going to pull the dough toward ourselves and push the dough inside itself with the help of the surface. And we are going to create that beautiful, smooth surface we are always looking for. Now, this bad boy gonna rest for 2 to 3 hours. So it's finished its bulk fermentation, and then I'm gonna shape it and I'm gonna put it into the fridge and bake it the next day. Later, I'm gonna show you how you can tell the dough finished its bulk fermentation properly. Cover it and let it rest for 2 to 3 hours. First thing first, those beautiful bubbles and fermentation are good signs. The dough has risen and it's airy and fluffy, but hold its shape. As you can see, the dough released from the side of the bowl easily. Let's bring it on the surface and see how it's look. Use a little bit of oil to make it non-stick. And when you turn the bowl, the dough release from the bowl easily. To pre-shape this dough, easily just grab each side of the dough and bring it to the center. Grab and stretch a little bit in the center, and this one also in the center. Flip the dough, and the same technique. We just want to create that smooth surface we are always looking for, right? So we turn the dough and we try to shape the dough. And now leave it on the surface, uncover or
The funny thing is all the stretch and folds, and it's literally all surface tension. The way he's forming that ball, you literally want that surface to be smooth and tight, and leaving it out in the air basically causes the surface to kind of dry and tighten so it keeps its shape. um it's way more complicated. Now I do know some people do their sourdough in loaf pans, which one of these days I'm going to try and do that. But I've been trying to make these fancy, like, those bowls that you'll get from the bakery. Once I can do that, then I'll relax and start, putting them in loaf pans. But I just, I have a lot of time on my hands. So, hopefully the next one I do, it actually looks like, bakery, like, I'm really into the aesthetics.
You make croissants?
I've made croissants before. They're actually fairly hard,
Yes, they are.
because yeah, you got to keep the dough cold and all that sort of stuff, and all the folding and layering. It's actually, I don't, I like I've made croissant before,
Mhm.
but once or twice was enough. Like my son would want to do it, and I'd be like, you know what, you do it.
I made them one
It's too
time.
much work. Yeah,
It
it's
took me
not
2
easy.
days,
Oh,
and my
really?
family ate those croissants in 5 minutes, and I said never again.
Yeah, the only thing, like, I like making biscuits because they're actually fairly easy, especially if you make, you can make 2 ingredient biscuits where you just use flour and cream, heavy cream, and those actually make really good biscuits. But they don't have to be that confident. Now, if you want something like Grand's biscuits with those layers, you know how you can tear open a Grand's biscuit and their layers, those actually aren't hard to make. It's just a lot of folding and stuff.
Yeah.
You got to basically treat it like you would a piece of cardboard paper, where you fold it on itself like a cardboard, and then you know uh, then you just go and you cut out your biscuits. um Pie crusts, like pastry crusts, croissant, all those, like, bakers are bakers for a reason. Making desserts and pastries, and that fancy, I've made French bread before, like baguettes, but baguettes aren't hard to make. The only trick with them is you definitely have to do a 500-degree oven. And I've got creche, I think that's what they're called. I literally have like a metal creche where you can nestle the baguettes in so they keep their shape. Um, you can make a creche with a cloth, but the metal was just easier for me. But bread is fascinating. I never thought that I would ever get into baking. And it was something after my wife died. my son, my son like broke my heart. He said something, and he wasn't even talking to me. He was talking to my sister-in-law. And he said something like, "Well, I guess cookies have gone out of my life."
Oh wow.
I was like, God damn. Because his mother used to make cookies all the time, dude. And I had told him, I'm not your mother. I don't like baking. So he just went and told my sister-in-law, I guess cookies are out of my life. I'm like, damn. Talk about making your father feel like shit. And he wasn't being sarcastic or anything. It was just an offhand comment. Dude,
How old
I
was he?
felt about 8.
Oh wow.
Dude, I felt my heart just fucking broke. I'm like, God damn, I am a bastard.
Oh wow.
So I that's why I started baking cookies and all this stuff. So I don't think I wasn't embarrassed. I was devastated. Dude, I fucking, I just lost my wife. Dude, I almost broke down crying. That's how sad I was. So like anything, I got real good at it. So the things you'll do for your kids, don't ever say you're not going to do something for your kids, because you will wind up doing it.
How long you been a widower?
About 13. It'll be 13 years come June.
Oh wow.
I'm sorry,
My
May.
condolences.
Yeah, well, it took years to get over. I can honestly say probably since my son's been out of the house, I could probably say that it's not as bad as it was. Having him in the house was always kind of a constant reminder.
Yeah.
But no, I'm good. It is what it is. But yeah, it took me fucking years. Like, I honestly don't know if I'm old. I'm 60 now, so I see no reason to get married. I'm not looking to have kids or anything. But I can tell you right now, the thought of just let me put it to you this way. About 2 years after my wife died, my father-in-law, we were talking one day. He was walking off my front porch and he goes, "Hey, you do know, we'd be okay if you found someone else." Dude, I almost broke down crying then. It's like how could you fucking say that about your daughter?
I mean, she go.
No, you would have to. Number one, I got married late in life.
Mm-hmm.
So, I was at a point to where I'm like, well, I guess I'll never get married. And then along comes, the woman I eventually married. But
Mm-hmm.
the thing is you had to know my wife. She was quite the personality. I would constantly be making comparisons and it just would not be fair. I mean, my wife was really smart and really funny.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she was PhD smart. She actually had a PhD in pharmacology. She was just bright.
Mm-hmm.
And, it is what it is. I'm never going to say never, but I know me, I would constantly be making comparisons and it
Oh,
just I feel it wouldn't be fair.
understandable.
But I'm good. Now I will say, now that my son's out of the house, I need to be hitting the old folks' homes looking for looking for a friend. But if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, I'm good. I have enough stuff to keep me busy.
Cool.
Now some of these old YNs are like, can't
Not an old
understand.
YN.
No, dude, you don't know how much shit I get for not having a woman and all this stuff. And I can honestly say that um, way more of my life has been spent unmarried than
They're
married.
married. Yeah.
And like I said, at this stage of the game, if I found someone who was smart, could keep my attention, great. We can be friends, but she would have to live nearby. I'm not going fucking cross country, just to just to visit. Nope. She needs to she needs to live like within, short driving distance where we're
Yeah.
not, I'm not a spring chicken. And the thing is when you get 60, the older you get, those biological clocks, because I think men have a biological clock too. Certain types of men do. Those things just kind of, I'm so happy to have my son up, successful, and out of the house. And it took a lot of work as a single parent.
Right.
That's the other thing. I don't know if I could have carried on a serious relationship and spent, did what I thought needed to be done, to get him, up to adulthood and hopefully successful. It's a lot of work. Kids are a lot of work if you're
Yes,
doing
they
it
are,
right.
Lord. Mm-mm.
So let's finish this bread video, and then I will end this sucker.
Okay.
This is a good video, though.
Cover it with just a damp towel and let it rest for 20 to 30 minutes so the dough relax again and ready for final shaping. These are bannetons, but as a beginner, maybe you don't want to buy one of these. You can use any bowl you have in your kitchen or any basket. Cover it
That
with
is
the
true.
towel, dust it with some flour, and you are good to go. Let's shape this beautiful dough. First thing first, look at this dough. If by now you have a shaggy dough which doesn't hold its shape, then definitely something wrong. You need to check whether your starter doesn't work or whether you use the wrong type of flour. For shaping,
I actually think my loaf, it was probably a starter. It had gone overnight, and if you don't catch it at the starter at its peak, it's kind of a losing proposition. Though you would think once you add the starter to 500 grams of flour, it would have plenty of vigor,
Mhm.
but apparently that's not the case. I actually think it's the starter. So if I decide I'm going to do bread tomorrow, because I really want to get one under my belt that I can be proud of.
But doesn't need to feed it.
But well, no, I haven't started the starter yet.
Oh.
I just took a jar of discard from the loaf I made. I have some
Mhm.
discard left over from it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do I'm probably going to do a 1-1-1 where there's 100 grams. I think I have about 100 grams of starter or discard, and then I'm going to give it 100 grams of whole wheat flour and 100 milliliters of bottled warm water,
Mhm.
and then let it sit overnight, and then see where it is in the morning. Now, I might not do it because I don't know if I even want to deal with bread tomorrow, but if I decide to do it, I tend to wake up fairly early these days. So I'll wake up at like 6 in the morning and start the process. And then, basically what happens is once the process gets done, I put it in the refrigerator to slow ferment,
Mhm.
or slow ferment overnight. The refrigeration process is actually fairly important because
Mhm.
once it gets cold, the dough stays stiff. And then
Right.
you basically drop it into the preheated Dutch oven and you kind of shock it.
Mhm.
There's oven spring, where it
Right.
goes from cold to hot real quick.
Mhm.
So we're gonna that's actually pretty good there, Con. If I ever start a business, that's what I'm going to call it. Better Off Bread. And I'll make sure and give you credit. As a matter of fact, I'm going to make that a show title. Because you know what? Screw it. This Saturday, I might just do nothing but bread videos.
Oh yeah, bread video.
That would like bread videos and cooking videos. I used to do that on Saturdays every now and again. Me and this friend of mine, we literally start at like because I used to do a real late show, and then you'd wind up, I'd wind up like 7 a.m. after a long show. She and I would just sit there and show cooking videos. It was actually pretty cool. But yeah, this Saturday, because I got like 3 or 4, I probably have 300 cooking videos in my YouTube save folder called cooking. So yeah, that'll be fun. I also want to say that this is a weird, my particular channel, my particular show, it is like really not that interesting. You have to kind of be interested in stuff like cooking and politics and stuff like that. It's just not. I wish I could be like a Sharon, that
Why?
could just talk about. Well, I actually think that those shows can be entertaining to people, not me necessarily, but look, people come up on those panels and there's a lot of fuckery going on and, there's laughter and all that stuff. I'm just not interested in it. And I don't know whether it's a function of age or just interest or what, but I
Social claim.
find watching. Well, yeah. I mean, I find watching this bread video way more interesting than, hearing about, how horrible women are or how horrible men are.
Right.
Especially because these, it'd be fun if they were all 21.
Right.
They're all like in their fucking 40s.
50s and 60s.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm like, how is this entertainment?
Because they're all
Nothing
normally
crazy.
miserable.
Before you're gonna shake the dough,
Well, and I applaud them. If that's how you socialize, that's fine. Shoot, I mean, I live in this house alone, but I just have more things that I'm interested in. Instead of going out hitting the streets, I'm dealing with unruly dough.
Yeah, but you're not miserable though.
as it begins,
There are days, but not too many of them.
Right. Their days are mostly miserable. You gotta add that to the equation.
I pray that's not the case. And I'm not even a praying man, but I really don't want people to be miserable like that. That's just, I hope getting on the panel and hanging out and talking about this stuff, that's valid as socializing.
you need to think about what you are going to do, because later you don't have time to think about it. You need to make action, right? Oil up everything, even your bench scraper, the surface you are going to use it, or you can sprinkle a little bit of flour. Quickly just flip the dough and put the smooth side down. I'm going to show you how I shape a batar. First thing first, try to make a rectangular. We release a little bit of the air, grab one side, stretch a little bit, and then put it in the center and fold it. So this was the smooth area and non-stick area, but this area was sticky. So we use it as a benefit. And then grab the other side, stretch a little bit again, and fold it. And now those beautiful sides stick together. Turn
Now
the
that
dough
part is true.
90 degrees. And now we are going to grab this part, stretch a little bit, roll it, and push it inside. So stretch, roll, and tuck. Stretch, roll, and tuck. Roll it and tuck it. Roll it and tuck it. Roll it and tuck it. And you have a beautiful shape like this. Seal the edges beautifully, like so. As you can see, this is totally handleable because it's a low hydration dough. Put the smooth side down again.
I can tell you right now that bench scraper or dough scraper, gotta have it. Your hands are great, but that dough scraper, yeah, gotta have one. I would say that's essential equipment. This Banneton is not, though I do have one. I actually have a couple.
Into the Banneton, it's ready to proof. 30 minutes to 1 hour at room temperature. Then I'm gonna transfer it into the fridge and let it cold ferment for about 10 to 12 hours. And the next day in the morning, I'm gonna bake it and enjoy a fresh loaf of bread with my breakfast or maybe my brunch. Alright, waiting is over because it's baking day. Scoring also can be a little bit tricky for beginner bakers. Let me show you how I score my bread, and later I'm going to talk about my oven adjustment, which is very important. If you don't have Dutch oven, don't worry about it. I'm going to show you how to bake without Dutch oven.
If you don't have Dutch oven, use an upside down tray with an extra pan, so later you can pour boiling water on that and create a steam. And if you don't have razor, you can score with bread knife. This
See,
one
that's
made from open baking method.
That's what I should have done. I basically made my incision too long, which allowed that bread to spread, in my opinion. Because when I put it in, it was roughly the same height. It just didn't bounce up like it should have.
20 minutes with
Yeah,
steam
he got a
and 20
way
minutes
more
without
rise than
steam.
I did.
If you are a rookie baker, using baking paper make your life much more easier. Trust me, you don't want the dough stick while you are transferring into the oven. I'm gonna bake this right out of the fridge. So simply just transfer it on the baking paper. If the dough was sticky, you can use a little bit of flour. Mine is not sticky, but I like
But
to
see,
use
I would
flour
never do
because
that.
I'm gonna
I
score
don't
it
like
and
all that
it's look
extra
nice.
flour on there.
Here you can be creative. You can make some art on your dough. Now we need one beautiful deep score. Always hold the razor like this. And this is the right movement. The angle is about 45 degrees. You need to be confident.
Like
One
cutting a
beautiful
neck.
deep scoring. You can always trim the missing part. Nothing wrong with it. But don't push it too hard. You can make sure it's gonna give you a beautiful ear on your dough. And now I'm gonna transfer it into preheated oven.
This is more interesting. Preheat your oven at 250 degrees Celsius. Use an upside down tray plus a pot or a cover or a bowl or anything you have in your kitchen can resist heat. Bake with the cover for 20 minutes. Reduce the heat and bake for 20 more minutes.
Let's check the crumb together.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Okay, nice and fluffy.
Yeah. One day I'm gonna do that.
I believe in
Someone
you.
said, why sourdough bread becomes so trending? I mean, why not? What is better than this to become trendy, right? And this is the kind of crumb you're always.
I can tell you right now, if you got like real, like I actually use real butter, like some salted butter or olive oil with a little salt in the olive oil, it's just ridiculously good. I can't, like regular store-bought bread, even store-bought sourdough bread, nothing compared to the home baked stuff. It's like it's hard to describe, but when people say, "Hey, it's better than store-bought," it's not just better, it's like almost transformational. Like you know, my son, will go to the grocery store and bring bread back home. I'm like, I'm not touching that shit. I, I'm not gonna eat that trash.
That's because you ain't had no Mrs. Bird's bread.
Mrs. What?
Mrs. Bird's bread.
Mrs. Bird's?
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard of the brand.
It's a Texas brand.
Oh, is it really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, let's look
We
that
used to
up.
go on a field trip to the bakery or the factory,
Oh,
whatever you
okay.
call it. And at the end
Is
of
it
the
B?
trip, yep, they would give us a slice of the bread that just came out of the oven with some butter on it. It was great.
Oh, is it BAIRDS?
Yes.
Here, let's see here. Yep, I've never had it. Breads,
Big bread.
buns, and sweets. Made in Texas. I wonder if you can get it online or have it ordered. Can I order it?
I don't know.
I might just do that. Let's do this. Let's see. I'm pretty sure they probably don't have it in Georgia.
No,
But you,
they ain't got to
okay,
be in Georgia.
okay, you can buy now. Get our product delivered to your door. You know what? I'm going to do that.
Yeah, you
Okay.
should try
Yep.
it. Let me know what you think.
Might as well. Wonder sourdough. All right, so I'm gonna wrap this up. I did see that Savage started his show, so I'm gonna drop the link. I don't know why he didn't drop it, but I am going to. I made hot dog buns, so I'm literally going to pull out the sauerkraut and make a couple. Oops, make a couple hot dogs and some. Couple hot dogs and some salad. This is Savage's show if y'all want to go over there. I have no idea what the topic is. But it's sure to be pleasing. He's actually a really good conversationalist. So y'all head over there. I may see you there. I will be back tomorrow, somewhere around 2 p.m. Eastern time. And I want to start off with the opposing argument, the ACLU's argument with today's Supreme Court session, and then the regular news, and then who knows whatever after that. So I'm glad you came up, Queen Sunkissed. I had a good time.
Oh, thank you for having me up.
Yes, ma'am.
Like to
So
have
Khan, I do think I haven't done like a cooking thing on Saturday in quite some time, so I'll plan on doing that at least for a little while, because I can watch cooking videos. My wife and I used to watch the Food Network like all day on Saturdays, so I can do food porn, for extended hours. So everybody else, thank you for being here. I enjoyed it. And we also special thanks to SKC for supporting the show. Thank you very much, sir. And I will see everybody around here tomorrow. Have a good night, y'all.